One dance left. Hoo-hoo, 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 hoo-hoo. You guys feel better? Yeah? She practiced all day for that? No, what? No. No, I did not. What do you mean? No, I went to the gym, okay? Just so you guys know, every time I go to the gym, I will be telling you about it. So if I tell you I've gone to the gym, it's because it's the day that I went to the gym. And if I don't mention going to the gym, it's because I didn't go. Okay, so now you know. Yeah, I have to tell you or it didn't happen. Yep. Yep. Ahem. I appreciate the dancing. Lets me know how long to keep the stream muted. You know what? If you're muting new radicals, sad, sad life. It's a sad, sad world. What did I do at the gym? I'll tell you what I did at the gym. First, Will told me to do 15 minutes on the elliptical. It wasn't like an elliptical. It was kind of an elliptical. It was a type of elliptical. So he was like, okay, he set my speed and my incline, and he said, okay, 15 minutes. I was like, all right, fine. So I did that, and then he said, okay, stretch. So I didn't stretch, but I sat down. And then we did arms. We did this thing. We did this thing. We did this. And then I said I was done. Shade Lounge, I'm a Shade Lounge. This song is such a vibe. Did you pick stuff up and put it back down? I did, but then it was like, okay, there was like a group of young gym bros who came in, and that's when I was like, I'm over it. You know, it's like when the young gym bros invade the weight area, and then I'm like, no, that's it for me. I did some things. Yeah, they all had that TikTok look. You had Will as your coach, hype man, though. Seems like no better way. Oh, I do not go to the gym. Well, first of all, I don't go to the gym, but I don't go to the gym without him because I literally don't know what to do, and I just sit there and I'm like, are you gonna go to the AOC and Birdie rally? What day is it in LA? I know he said he's coming out here. Yeah, actually, Bernie's staying with me. Okay. AOC rally, Los Angeles. Oh my God. Joan Baez is going to be there? I got to ask her about a complete unknown. Yeah, the burn is staying here. Okay, let's see. At a tour stop in LA's Grand Park on April 12th. No, I can't go. So actually, I forgot to tell you guys this, but on April 12th, I'm leaving French Polynesia and I'm going to Portugal. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there for a week. I am going to be bringing stream equipment with me, but I have no idea what the service is going to be like. That's your home? Yeah, I'm going to go to Lisbon and then And then Madeira, which is an island. And so hopefully I can, if they have good service in French Polynesia where we are, I feel like it'll work out. Portugal's incredible. I would never come back to this shithole. Well, we're going because it's my sister's 30th birthday. And that's what she wants to do. That's where she wants to go. So that's what we're doing. Damn, that's a bougie ass B-day. Yeah, I think it was, my sister's having a lot of anxiety turning 30 as people do. So she was basically like, I want to go do this thing I want to do. And I'd like for you guys to come. And meanwhile, my mom's like, this is why nobody is married or has children, because you guys just travel. I'm like, yeah, that's what's happening. Truly, that is my mom's logic, is that we're not married and we don't have kids because we travel. Well, yeah, who wants marriage? I know, right? I was like, wow, being able to go to Portugal or raise a child, that's a tough choice right now. How long are you going for? I'm going for a week. So I'm leaving on the 12th, which means I'm going to miss the rally because it's on the 12th. Portugal is good internet. You could do IRL streams there, no problem. I already reached out to Nico and I said, what do you think? And he said he thinks I should be okay. So my mom thinks my brothers and I don't have kids because we don't go to church. Well, it's true. Second you go to church, start popping them out. That's how it works. Dirty Dozen, thank you for the 4 months. Dylan, thank you for the 15 months. Fearn, thank you for the 13 months. Madeline, thank you for the 20. Cheaper Than Art School, thank you for the 19 months. Conway, thank you for the 8 months. Lex, thank you for the 17 months. And then OG Barlos, thank you for the 5. Anyway, how you guys doing? Anyone else go to the gym today? You want to brag about it? You want to talk about it? Because otherwise it didn't happen. That's why conservatives are winning. Yeah. Because my sisters and I don't want to have kids. That's right. Okay. Back day. All right. Hell yeah. Never skip back day. Did some leg day while listening to Hassan. Yeah, I tuned into the Palestine, the Free Palestine rally while I was supposed to be stretching, but I was sitting there on my phone and wanted to make sure that I didn't miss seeing my Princess Marsh, which I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful for the rally for this reason, that it gave us this screen grab. Slay Marsh. Slay Queen. And then, of course, my other queen. Marsh is Zendaya. I'm just obsessed with his hand, like the model hand at his side. Marsh is the people's princess. I've been saying it. Oh, yeah, he's my princess for sure. And if he's not your princess, then get on board. People were thirsting for Marsh holding the camera. Marsh is the only reason Hassan got to DC today. Oh, 100,000%. Also, it's funny because so they were supposed to go last weekend, but then Marsh was in Ultra and he's like, hey, I'm going to set you up with a local producer in New York. He's great. He'll take care of everything you need. And Hassan said, no, it has to be you. because Marsh does not just run the camera. He makes sure that Hassan makes it on the plane, that he gets to the rally. He is him. Marsh is him. So Hassan was like, no, I will move the trip. Yeah, he is Kris Jenner. He is. No, Kris Jenner wishes. Have you seen the James Somerton update? I actually did. For a second, I was like, wait, who's James Somerton? And then I remembered, and then I bookmarked it. It's pretty classic. Here, I'll pull it up. What the fuck? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so you guys remember James Somerton? We watched the H-Bomber video. James Somerton, who is he's the scam that keeps on scamming. Will I be selling drugs later tonight? Possibly. I will be gaming. And we might get back into drugs. Lolo said you're going to make Obama-style movies of the year list for Hassan. Wait, what? Is he slandering me? What did he say? Is there a clip? I need to see exactly what he said. Alexander Vibes, thank you for the 3 months. So, okay, James Somerton, little update here after H-Bomber, let's just say, revealed James Somerton for the scamming that he's been doing. And so his latest thing is that he's a seasoned professional photographer for weddings. Over 15 years of experience, he brings an exceptional level of expertise and creativity to the wedding industry, making him a trusted name among couples seeking to immortalize their special day. Beyond his technical capabilities, James is known for his warm, approachable demeanor, making him a favorite among clients and a pleasure to work with on what is often one of the most important days of their life. This is totally ChatGPT. His professionalism and calm presence ensure that couples feel comfortable and relaxed, allowing them to enjoy their day fully while he skillfully documents their joyous occasion. Imagine your wedding day, a day brimming with emotions, laughter, tears, and countless unforgettable moments. That sounds like something that James Somerton certainly will give you if I know him. Certainly unforgettable moments. Now, imagine being able to relive every single one of these moments exactly as you felt them anytime you want. That's where Memory Media steps in. At Memory Media, we don't just create wedding videos. We craft cinematic experiences that encapsulate the essence of your special day. Memory Media only uses cameras approved for Netflix cinema production. Now, here's my thing. Okay, say you're like, who's this James Somerton guy? Let's see. You Google him, and every single thing that pops up, James Somerton, a guy who sucked, but so does capitalism. H-Bomber guy didn't want to make that 4-hour plagiarism video. Disgraced video essayist accused plagiarist James Somerton is still stealing the works of others. The James Somerton scandal, like he has to change his name. A YouTuber was accused of plagiarism. Yeah, so yikes. Anyway, here's the funny part of this, okay? He is a 15-year experienced wedding photographer. His pictures are stolen. He plagiarized his portfolio. These are the photos on Memory Media's website. They're stock images. He literally cannot help himself. He cannot stop. He cannot stop. Oh my God. You know the thing about James, though? At least he's consistent. You know, at least like we can always count on him. We can always count on him to keep scamming. He does not change. He simply cannot not scam. He simply cannot not scam. Is he good at photography? He's not good at doing anything but plagiarizing. But then even with that, he's not good at it because it's so obvious that he gets found out. Does he do this because he's not good at the profession? He does this because he is incapable of doing anything original. And so he just steals. He steals from everybody. You know what? We do need some consistency in this world. So true. So true. Like, at least you know what you're getting with James Somerton. You know that you're getting plagiarism. Yeah, his job is plagiarism. That is his profession. Hi, I'm James Somerton. I'm a professional plagiarizer. I wonder what his next scam is going to be, you know? I'm surprised he hasn't gotten into crypto or anything like that. I mean, maybe. It's not too late. I wonder how his wedding pics turn out. I bet you his wedding pics turn out like absolute shit. If I had to take a wild gander, if I had to make a wild guess here, I would say they don't look good. Led by James Somerton, who holds a degree in film production from the Toronto Film School. I don't know what this says here because it's blocking. Our passionate something specializes in cinema quality video production, using the latest technology to capture your wedding in breath, blah, blah, blah. From the delicate morning preparations to the joyous evening celebrations, we ensure every significant moment is immortalized in stunning clarity and vibrant color. Memory Media only uses cameras approved for Netflix cinema production. That's my favorite part. It's like, if you hire us, you will get a Netflix film. Because, like, famously, Netflix films often are total shit. Like, okay. He's a professional plagiar artist. Yes. A professional plagiar artist. That's James Somerton. Conspiracy in the stream title again. Do you want my abandoned PowerPoint as a tier list? No, we're finishing the video from yesterday. Sam wants to do a conspiracy tier list with me one of these days. I don't know which day, but that was something that she had mentioned once. But we didn't finish the video from yesterday. And I want to talk about the pit again, because that's what my stream is now. At least, like, Hacks is season 4 is not back yet. So right now I'm like on the pit. That's my thing. Yeah, because I now watched the episode and let me tell you that I was feeling Dr. Robbie's. I was like, burn it down, go crazy. Like I could just feel his rage. Okay, wait, I wanted to see this thing on Lolo. It was positive. He said, we need you to ghostwrite a list of Hassan's favorite movies of the year, like Obama puts out for his summer playlist, since Hassan doesn't actually go to movies. Yes. I'm going to ghostwrite music, movies. Does Hassan read books? I don't know. He streams like all the time. So how? Whatever. All of the lists. No, he doesn't. Okay. Books, movies, music. What else is on those lists? But make it bad. Yes, I'm going to, because he won't know what any of it is. So I am going to make it so embarrassing for him. But in a way that's at least like reasonable enough, you know? I saw you said on Twitter you read Cersei. It's one of my favorite books. You need to share more books you read. I love Circe. Did you read Achilles? I liked Circe better, but I loved Achilles still. Favorite sports teams? Oh, got it. Yeah. What is a woman? That will be on the movie list. Achilles is what got me into reading it. Oh, I read Circe first and then I read Achilles. Lolo gave him a book called The Memory Police today. He's not going to read it, but that's very sweet. Lolo actually has great book recommendations. Every time I'm on the phone with him, I'm like, what are you reading? Recommend me stuff. Favorite drag queens? Yes. Okay, wait. Did somebody link a picture of found his other wedding photo? James Somerton. Gorgeous work. Stunning. Beautiful. Never seen anything like it before. Okay, I said this on the podcast, but I was like, I got to be honest. I think a lot of times wedding pictures don't look good. And Sam was saying it's because they blow out the exposure insanely to just make the white of the wedding dress really pop, I guess. But I don't know. Every time I like see my friends' wedding pictures, it's like the exposure and the saturation. It was like they closed their eyes and just did this. Like the photographer or whoever does the edits, they're edited to filth. Yes. So smoothed. Like very, very scary looking. Like weirdly blurred. Yes. Most of them, yeah, there are some that are cool and creative and feel authentic, especially those that capture moments and are not posy. Yes. I think I'm specifically thinking of though of all the weddings I've been to, when I end up seeing the pictures and I'm like, it's also why like I never post pictures from weddings, because I just don't think they look good. Do you want me to finish the PowerPoint into your list for you and Santa do eventually? Because I don't have anything going on at work now and I got bored and I get bored. You know what? Go for it. Go for it. Do it on company time. By the way, the Netflix quality camera is an FX6, which James scammed his audience into paying for years ago. It never ends by saying his channel was on the brink of financial ruin when he just wanted a new camera. He's the scam that keeps on scamming. He really is. Have you watched Andor? I'm excited for season 2. No, you guys know with rare exceptions, like I watched The Mandalorian during COVID when everyone did, but most of the time I'm like not drawn to anything. Like I never was a Star Wars person, so like kind of that whole world of shows and films and yada yada. Like there are the things that I feel like if you know, like if you've heard me talk about what I love and what I watch, you can usually clock a show that I'll be all over. Plus, Andor was a show that I would only watch with, like that's a show I would watch with Will. And famously, very famously, Will has some thoughts on Andor. What lipstick do you use? That shit is poppin'. You can do exclamation point lips. It'll give you all the deets. What are the thoughts? I'm not getting into it. I don't think you want to get into it either. Have you watched Snowpiercer, the show or the film? Because I watched the film. Andor probably works better without Star Wars knowledge since you won't know how it ends. Yeah, I feel like certain sci-fi fantasy type of stuff. I just it's not that I am completely not into it. It's that it wasn't really the type of stuff that I watched. And because there's so much out there, when I'm like, okay, what am I going to watch next? There's just too many shows. Any White Lotus finale predictions? Yes, I think everyone except Parker Posey dies. Did you guys see that? Parker Posey said she's like, I don't remember who dies in the last episode. It was, when I read the script, it was like so traumatic, but I don't remember who dies. Girl, I just started season 3. Well, that's my prediction. That everybody but Parker Posey. Yeah, Parker Posey cracks and kills everyone. You heard it here first. That's the prediction. You watch anime at all? Not really. Did you see this from her? Is this the line about cheese at Jennifer Coolidge's party? I was at Jennifer Coolidge's Halloween party alone at a cheese table at 1 a.m, wondering, should I have some more cheese? Mike was 1 foot out the door and he's like, hi, just want to say you're doing such great work lately, blah, 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 blah. Bye. And it struck me, maybe I'm going to be part of White Lotus. And my friends were like, of course you are. Yeah. Parker Posey is made for a show like White Lotus. Parker Posey standing around Jennifer Coolidge's Halloween party at 1 a.m, wondering if she should eat some more cheese. That's White Lotus. That is White Lotus energy. Just watched A Working Man and enjoyed it a lot. Hell yeah. Wait till you check out A Diving Man. It's going to be even better. I have to watch White Lotus, Yellow Jackets in the Pit. I'm going to be so honest. I stopped watching Yellow Jackets. I was just like, I think this show started off great. And then it became not that great. I know the song was giving a car door opening sound. Got so mad after the first season. Yeah, I agree. Dude, you still have not finished The Penguin? How have you not finished the last 2 episodes of The Penguin? Especially the last episode. Like, I'm not going to say anything, but it's... I've heard a few stories that Parker Posey kind of sucks. What? Can you confirm or deny? I can neither confirm nor deny because I've never heard that. And Parker Posey isn't really the type of celebrity who would have been at all at any of the establishments where I used to work or like where my friends work. Yeah, I've only heard Parker Posey stories in relation to her in relation to like Christopher Guest documentaries that she's been a part of, and just everybody, not like specific to her necessarily, but just like people who are a part of the kind of Christopher Guest ensemble and like coming up with their characters and etc. I feel like I read that she's a ped tipper. That seems crazy. Okay, I'm gonna chalk that up as misinformation. Did you see Tron 3 is coming out this fall? Wait, wasn't Tron what I was just talking shit on? But then I accidentally mentioned the wrong sci-fi. I mentioned... Oh, wait, no. No. I accidentally said Tron, and I meant to talk shit on Valerian. But first I said Tron, and then I said Divergent, and everyone in chat was going nuts. I insulted multiple fan bases. And then I was like, it's fucking Valerian. Yeah. The one with Cara Delevingne. Cara Delevingne. You guys, I have to show you this. Michelle Williams on Brokeback Mountain, losing Best Picture to Crash in 2006. So this is an Oscars controversy that I talk about all the time. One of the worst Best Picture wins, Crash. Crazy that it didn't solve racism. We're still waiting. But anyway, so that same year, Brokeback Mountain was considered the frontrunner for Best Picture. Ong Lee ended up winning Best Director, but there was a psyop homophobia campaign against Brokeback Mountain, and so it lost to Crash at the Oscars, which is wild. I still haven't seen Brokeback Mountain. Is it worth it? Yes. I can't quit you. I wish I knew how to quit you. I wish I knew how to quit you. It's a gorgeous film. Yeah, be prepared to cry. It's really beautiful. I think Will did it for film night one night. It's like one of the films that he always cries in. Will doesn't cry a lot at movies. And he will sob every time he watches that film. Brokeback Mountain. And it has the wonderful late Heath Ledger. So anyway, Michelle Williams is in the film, and she was recently on Andy Cohen's show. I was like, what's his fucking last name?
May I gush to you?
So sorry. Oopsie. Girl, the tariffs. Okay, my bad. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. Sorry, and like Andy's already loud. And that was so loud.
Gush to you about what an important movie Brokeback Mountain was to me. And it is still, I think, in my top 2 movies of all time. Did you realize at the time that you were making that what a profound impact it was going to have on people?
Yes, because people were so open about it.
Yeah.
And I just remember doing the junket. You don't really get like an opportunity to see a lot of grown men cry.
Right. Yeah.
And that was the moment that I think that we all knew that it was going to be special to me.
Yes. I was very upset about the Best Picture loss. I mean, Crash? Is that what won?
I mean, what was Crash?
Right.
That line is iconic. I mean, what was Crash? Say less, right? All you have to say about Crash is, I mean, what was Crash?
Thank you. By the way, who's talking about Crash right now? No, I hear a pin drop.
I mean, I always talk about Crash, but like not in a good way. But I would say, since I've been streaming, I've probably talked about Crash minimum 100 times.
Yes. Very upset. May I?
We talk about Crash in the context of it should not have won Best Picture. Like that's why we talk about it. Because it's fun to be like, remember how Crash won at the Oscars in 2005 for Best Picture, even though it should have been Brokeback Mountain? And that was one of those instances of like, okay, the Academy is giving Best Director at least to Ong Lee, but then they were like, whoop, sorry, can't do gay. Can't do the gay stuff. My high school teacher actually made us watch Crash in school for social study class. Oh my God. Was your high school teacher white? I did not understand how that movie described or solved racism. I'm trying to think of like why I watched Crash for the first time or how. Oh, I know what it was, because my dad used to collect, as I've talked about, same and yes. My dad used to collect DVDs, and he had all of the Best Picture DVDs, and so Crash was Best Picture in 2005. And so one day I just watched it. One day I watched Crash by myself. But you know, the thing is too, when I was maybe 14 or 13 when I watched it, I'm sure I was like, wow, this is good. And then later when I watched it again, I went, this is so bad. I also had to watch Crash in school, and in 3 years, the teacher turned MAGA. Well, I feel like that tracks. Did anybody else have to watch Crash in school? It's definitely the type of movie that a 14-year-old would think is profound. Oh, for sure. And I remember, like, I hadn't yet really seen a film with interconnected stories like in Crash, where I was like, oh my God, these characters overlapping in their stories, like, woohoo. And then that was like just so many movies. Valentine's Day, better than Crash. New Year's Eve, I'd watch that over Crash. It's very early 2000s mindset. Yes. Yeah. We're like early 2000s. A lot of people watched Crash and went, damn. What a profound film. What a profound film that fixed racism, you know? It's like you have the character of Matt Dillon, who's a total piece of shit, but at the end of the day, he saves the black woman that he previously sexually assaulted. And everyone cries and claps. Green Book was also hot garbage. When Green Book won, it was reminiscent of Crash's win, and yet I think people were even more so against Green Book because we had culturally shifted. We're like, if Green Book had won early 2000s, I don't think that there would have been as much of an outcry. Like, it would have been a later outcry, you know? But I think what was so egregious about the 2005 Oscars in particular is that Brokeback Mountain was far and away the superior film. It was such the clear winner. And it was doing very well on the awards circuit. But it was stupid ass homophobia that got stirred up. Why do I feel like I always want to blame John Wayne. I always want to be like, it was John Wayne. He was dead, but somehow it still comes back to him. I do think it was Clint Eastwood, though, who was a part of it. I think it's close enough, you know? It was definitely his fault. I will frequently blame John Wayne for things, even though there are definitely a lot of shit ass things John Wayne did, but he died in the 70s. But I'll still blame him for things that happened after he died. Well, he did try to kill Sacheen Littlefeather. Yeah, so he's deserving of eternal blame. I literally just watched the clip of Will crying post Brokeback Mountain, and I also cried. Yeah, he gets in his feels with that film. A lot of people do. Have you seen the Clint Eastwood clip with the lesbian bikers? No. Is he deeply uncomfortable? I did used to think that Clint Eastwood was, or not Clint, I was about to be like, I used to think Clint Eastwood was so hot. No, I thought his son was really hot, and his son used to come into his Nepo baby son. His son used to come into the clubs. And one time I did try to flirt with his Nepo son. But really it was to get to his dad. He's hot, but in a douche way. Yeah, he's kind of got that look. Scott Eastwood. And I was like, no, it's not you that I want. It's your dad. Put in a good word. Tell your dad I'm only 26. Looks like Glenn Powell. No, he looks like Clint Eastwood when he's young. It's gonna be like, who does he look like? He looks like his dad when he's younger, but he also kind of looks like Chris Evans. Hi, Caroline. I was a fencer, and there's a targeted harassment campaign taking place against a trans fencer because of a recent incident, and it's making headlines. Can you counter message, please? I will let me look into it on Twitter when I'm not streaming live. That's shitty. That's unfortunately commonplace. Just attacks on the few trans athletes, because what's her fuck, that girl who came in 5th place and will never stop crying about it, has made it her entire personality. She came in 5th place and now she's like writing legislation for the White House. Yeah, I just remember her, Riley, right? It's Riley. I just remember her as the girl who came in 5th place and will not stop crying and was beaten by 4 cis athletes. She is a professional loser. Oh, wait a second. I think I did see this. Is this where the girl takes a knee? And now you have all these conservatives being like, yeah. Oh, so it's okay for black people to take the knee while the national anthem is playing? And it's like, first of all, yes, but you didn't think that was okay. But now here you are cheering on this knee in protest of a trans fencer. So what is it? Are we allowed to take a knee? Or are we not? Yeah. Riley was beaten by 4 cis women tied with a trans one and lost her mind. And so she is like the face of anti-trans people in sports. That's her entire personality and her entire career. It is amazing what success you can have. Like you can fail upwards by coming into 5th place at a swim meet. As long as you stake your entire career on being psychotic towards trans people. Stephanie Turner, Okay, the fencing competitors looked virtually identical, clad head to toe in protective gear, but Stephanie Turner believed the athlete at the other end of the strip was not like her in one crucial way. After the usual courtesy of touching foils, the bout ended in seconds without a single lunge as Turner took a knee and removed her mask. The refusal by Turner to compete in a women's event against a challenger she says is transgender has become the latest incident to fuel a simmering legal political... Yeah, and it's like, meanwhile, these goddamn the tariffs, you know what I mean? Like, all of this is just culture distraction. It's like, let's keep people occupied with their anger towards this thing that is not even a thing. Trans athletes in sports. There are hardly any trans people in this country. Anyway, let alone trans people who are in sports, whatever. So, okay, so this girl says, I told them I was refusing to fence because this person's a man and I'm a woman, and this is a women's tournament, and I refused to fence on principle. After telling a fencing official she would not compete against the opponent she drew in the March 30th preliminary, she was given a black card by that same official, disqualifying her from the event. I knew what I had to do because USA Fencing had not been listening to women's objections. Of course, she goes on Fox News and is like crying about it, because that's what you can do. If you want to cry about a trans person, you can go on Fox News. Under USA Fencing rules, trans women athletes must be on testosterone suppression treatment, a common component of gender-affirming care, for at least 12 months before they can participate in women's competitions. Turner's opponent was eligible for the tournament, said the nonprofit group that qualifies U.S. fencers for the Olympics. Turner had asked a friend to take the video of her protest and disqualification. Oh my God, this is just like so loser.
Fencer Stephanie Turner was disqualified from a tournament after refusing to compete against her opponent, who she says is trans.
Let's be clear, this is purely for show, okay? This is purely for show.
Gender. The official actually issuing her a black card, which means that she couldn't compete for the rest of the USA Fencing sanctioned tournament at the University of Maryland. Turner went on to Fox News to explain her actions.
It's amazing, because honestly, all these people they're just like vile theater kids. They are so dramatic. They do all this stuff for show. And then they go on Fox News, which talk about theatrics, right?
Refusing to fence because this person is a man and I am a woman, and this is a women's tournament, and I refuse to.
Wait, this person isn't a man?
I am a woman, and this is refusing to fence because this person is a man and I am a woman, and this is a women's tournament, and I refuse.
I mean, like, she just said this person isn't a man. I think,
fence on principle.
USA Fencing told CNN it enacted its transgender and non-binary policy in 2023 to expand access to the sport of fencing and create inclusive, safe spaces, and that the disqualification followed International Federation rules because Turner, quote, declined to fence an eligible opponent. CNN is not naming Turner's opponent, who has not responded to CNN's request for a comment and who has not publicly commented or disclosed their gender identity.
Also, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody who knows more about fencing than I, but her whole argument that I am not going to face a man, okay, who she is referring to, a trans woman she's referring to as a man, isn't fencing a sport that, yes, it is gendered, but there are advantages that both men and women have. Like, this is not a sport where there's really a gender advantage on one side or the other. And wait, my sister used to fence, and she would fence co-ed. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, I used to go to some of her fencing competitions. So men have the advantage where their penis can come out and fence. Oh, okay. So they have an extra sword. Okay. CNN is not naming Turner's opponent because she has not publicly commented on the competition or her gender identity. Turner deliberately avoided competing at tournaments where there would be an athlete that she believed was transgender, but in this case, she registered before her opponent. So like, how did she get the sense that her opponent was quote unquote a man? You know what I mean? Where she's like, she was about to fight and they have their masks on, and then suddenly, does she have like she's got like spidey senses? Oh, looks. Yeah, because they always know. After taking a knee, Turner's opponent approached her thinking she might be hurt, according to Turner in the video. Wow, treating her with compassion. I don't think she deserved it. The two then talked for a few seconds as the judge stepped out of the frame. While the competitor's conversation cannot be clearly heard in the video, Turner said her opponent told her she had a right to compete. There's a policy that acknowledges me as a woman, so I'm allowed to fence and you will get black carded. Turner recalls her opponent said. Turner replied, I know. Oh my God. Oh, Turner's refusal to face a transgender woman in competition has resulted in praise from conservative advocates and publications, but she told Fox News she didn't do it for attention. Really? I don't think that it's going to be easy for me from now on to go to fencing tournaments. Why? Because everyone is trans. I don't think it's going to be easy for me at practice. So here's the thing. Okay, you did the taking of a knee, but you waited until after you had touched foils. Like there was a process here. And then you had your friend record it. Like you knew you were gonna do this dramatic thing. There were multiple points where she could have refused to fence before this. She agreed to the match, touched foils, and kneeled afterwards. That's an auto disqualification. She wanted to make this a story. Yes. It's like, okay. At the very least, can you please not lie about the fact that you did not do this for attention? Why are you on Fox News? Why did you record it? Why'd you have your friend record it? So you could post it. It was not to get attention on this supposed great travesty that you had to endure? She's 31. Yes, this is a 31-year-old woman. Yeah, who made this into a spectacle. Her Fox interview. Didn't we just watch this?
A female fencer stands up for fairness in women's sports.
We just watched a clip of this. Honestly, I don't even want to watch the rest of this. She's a
Previous
dumbass.
Redux
Look at her.
article that had been written.
And she said, my opponent isn't a man. Obviously, she was trying to say is a man.
Stating that this person was a man who had previously competed on the men's team at Wagner and was now competing as a...
The view count, yes. And you know what, too? This is the type of stuff that Fox News is just going to be all over. They are going to they're going to be cowardly in talking about Trump's tariffs, but this is the kind of stuff that they love to dedicate hours to. It's a distraction story. Yes. Anything but the tariffs, anything what Donald Trump is enacting. Literally anything other than like serious stuff, you know? Fox News, famously #1 fencing fan. Can we read the comments? I mean, you know what it's going to be. It's shit like they expelled a woman from a woman's event for not competing against a man. She should sue. She didn't lose that day. She won. She didn't need to win the match. She won the whole turn. I'm sure J.K. Rowling has tweeted about this. Like it's yeah. It's not just irresponsible, it's insidious. Girl, the tariffs. That's what I have to say to you, okay? Girl, the tariffs. You mean the mold tweeted? Yes, I mean the mold tweeted. Man. Girl, these tariffs. These tariffs, girl. Man, it's just like it's so gross. That's what it is. It's gross. I am frustrated for trans people that they are weaponized for political purposes, that they are used as a scapegoat, that they are used as a distraction. Same with immigrants, you know, marginalized, very vulnerable communities who are just always in the crosshairs. I've been a fencer for a very long time, more than 20 years. It's not about speed or strength. It's about training, skill, and tactics. If someone is better than you, the solution is to train harder, not complain that their existence is unfair. Trans people belong in fencing. It's unfair that she was kicked out of the event. I actually hope that the USFA bans this person for a year. It's an explicit rule. If you refuse to face your opponent, you get a black card in competition, which results in expulsion. There's no gray area. Yeah. Sounds like a fucking skill issue. Man, it's like you look at and what drives me nuts too is it's of course not just conservatives who go absolutely nuts, frothing at the mouths for a story about a trans person in fencing, because you know how everybody cares about fencing? You know how everyone cares about women's sports? They care so much that it's a constant topic. From even the vice president and president of the United States, everyone cares so much about women's sports. Anyway, it's not just conservatives who get their rocks off with this kind of stuff. It's also liberals who repeat bullshit like, oh, the trans issue is distracting. Yes, but they'll say it's distracting from real issues. No. I'm tired of the trans, like they will blame trans activists rather than blame the Democrats, rather than blame politicians. They'll say trans activists are taking up space. It's like, do you think that if your rights, and here's the thing, okay, there are protests that happened all across the country today. Protests that happened across the world. Hands off, right? These are anti-Trump protests. They are protesting the tariffs. They are protesting the cuts to social programs. They are protesting suppression of free speech. Like there are a lot of things that are being protested. Some people are protesting and saying hands off NATO. You know, there's a lot of other things, a lot of other causes to protest for. I'm going to say maybe not NATO, but anyway. So I want to say to these liberals, you're out there today protesting because your rights, because your economic, your economic freedoms, like your life is under threat because of Donald Trump. Like that is how you feel. And yet you'll turn around and tell trans activists or Palestinian activists that they're getting in the way, that like they're the problem. So they don't have the right to protest for like trans people don't have the right to protest for their lives, for their freedoms, when they are constantly under attack, because it's a very, very popular thing to do is to use trans people as a scapegoat, to go after this community that is so small. And all they wish is to be allowed the freedoms that all human beings are deserving of and to be left alone. Like they do not want you to be in the spotlight constantly. The reason that they're in the spotlight constantly is because they're being attacked all the time. But anyway, it's like, how come everybody else gets to be out there today holding up their Donald Trump, Russian asset signs, holding up their signs that say hands off democracy. And like all the protests are great, okay? Seeing all the protests from the Palestine March in Washington, D.C. to like protests in Europe, protests across the country. I love protests. Protests are great. The point I'm trying to make though is that it is so hypocritical and just awful for liberals to look at Palestinian activists and trans activists and essentially say that they're causing a problem because they're protesting. But now it's like Trump has gotten to the point, okay, so you didn't care about Palestine. You didn't care about You didn't care about trans rights. You didn't care about these other issues that, oh wow, I didn't even have a chance to see that chatter. You know what? I'm just going to address this, even though it's a horrifying comment, because it's an important point to make. This person who, yeah, I know. We always get at least one, but this person said, pretty disgusting to compare Palestinian stuff with trans stuff. One is mental illness and the other is people getting slaughtered. Okay. So just to state for the record that if you don't understand how oppression is linked, then you do not understand oppression. You do not understand that the attacks on trans people is connected to the attacks on Palestinian people. It is connected to the attacks on immigrants. And it is why we talk about solidarity. It is why we say nobody is free if not everybody is free. If one of us is oppressed, all of us are oppressed. That when we look at things like economic exploitation under capitalism, when we look at who is in power and how they seek to silence and oppress any group, any people who threaten their power, that is all connected. Also, there are trans Palestinians. Shocking, I know. Trans people are in every race, every ethnicity, every group. I mean, the mental illness comments aside, but also trans people are being killed. What are we talking about? Trans people are disproportionately targeted. What do you mean? What do you mean trans people aren't being killed? Just had that story of that trans guy who was horrifically tortured and murdered by a group of 4 or 5 people. And black trans people even further disproportionately targeted too, be for fucking real. Yeah. Sam Nordquist, thank you. It's why when you go to a march like the march today in DC, or you look at the videos and the pictures coming from that march, you see people who are wearing they are wearing keffiyehs, they are wearing trans rights or human rights shirts. It's people of all colors and creeds and religions, and it's diversity, and it's beautiful, because if any of us are oppressed, all of us are oppressed, and justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. These are not just words. These are not just things that civil rights leaders of the past said because they felt like saying it. I've been reading Women, Race, and Class by Angela Davis, and it's a lot of what she writes about in that book I already knew, but there's other things about specifics in that era, in the era of slavery and then Reconstruction, that are a reminder of how when, for example, black activists, the Black Liberation Group that formed in the North, joined up with the women's suffrage movement, how they were stronger together. But then what happened is the political parties came in because they did not want that solidarity. And so the Republican Party was like, oh, we're going to support black men's right to vote, because they wanted those 2 million votes so they could secure their hegemony in the South. And then the Democratic Party was like, we are going to oppose black people's right to vote, and we're going to support white women's right to vote, because they wanted to get that support from them. So they came in, and then white suffragettes were like, the black man is an impediment to our equality here, because they looked at the right to vote as a way to achieve equality, which we know is not true. But anyway, it is just a reminder of how when these various groups came together, that their solidarity, their shared struggle, they're understanding that their oppression shares the same roots, even though it manifests in different ways. And even though, you have one group of people who are facing, had been facing slavery in the form that Black people faced slavery in this country for hundreds of years. And then you had the white suffragettes who were middle to upper class and also felt the chains of oppression. And they went, yes, these are shared struggles. Let's come together. Solidarity is so important. So many people don't understand what it means. Right. And it's like, if you think that if you do not understand economic exploitation and how it looks, how it manifests in these various forms of oppression, then you're not understanding the root cause here, right? That it's like the Palestinian people are not being oppressed because, like, for the sole reason that they are, like, how do I say this? For the sole reason that they are specifically Palestinian. They're being oppressed because they are Palestinians who lived on land that Zionists wanted. And they continue to live there. And the Zionist machine wants to crush them because they do not want them to be on that land. That ultimately this is about colonialism. This is about, this is about greed. This is about economically exploiting these people to keep them weak. Thank you, Caroline. It's really scary right now as a trans person. I appreciate your unwavering and loud allyship. I just need people to understand that all of this is connected, and you fight for one, you fight for all. And there are Palestinian people who have raised the trans flag. There are trans people who raise the Palestinian flag. There are trans Palestinians. And yet this is the disconnect. This is the bridge that has to be crossed. We have to close that gap. Wow, it's weird. It sounds like you're talking about things intersecting. And you look at, like, even within movements, and how even within movements there is still exclusion because oppressed people are taught that they, in fighting for their rights, in fighting against the oppression, that it's a zero-sum game. Like, that's how a lot of people treat the fight against oppression. So you look at the early LGBTQ movements, the activism of the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, and of course, trans people and drag queens were at the forefront of that movement. Oftentimes, Black and brown trans people, drag queens, and how they were excluded by white gays who looked at them and were like, you're bad for our progress. You are bad for our movement. And yet they were the ones who threw the first stones. They were the ones who, like, were even an additional layer of oppressed. And so, like, usually what happens is, when you are so deeply layered in the oppression that you face, which has to do with race, which has to do, having to do with gender, having to do with all these additional factors, you recognize that you have nothing else but the fight. Like, you must fight because you are being oppressed on every which way possible. You are being oppressed because of your sexuality. You are being oppressed because of your gender identity. You're being oppressed because of the color of your skin. And it's like, well, that's why a lot of times, you know, unfortunately, unfortunately, what we're taught in history often leaves out those who were the most marginalized and were on the forefront of the fight. And it's why it's important to know who those people were. It's important to know those stories. And it's why, like, you still will have liberals who are fighting against Donald Trump, but are simultaneously screaming at Palestinian activists. They'll look at Donald Trump and they will have a lot to criticize him on, and they'll talk about how he's a fascist, but then they won't apply that to the treatment of Palestinians and why that fight is so important. Or they'll say, you know, well, we have to fight back against fascism, but trans people need to shut up. Well, how do you have both those things? You're going to fight back against fascism, which includes the constant subjugation of trans people, as it always has, and yet you expect the people being subjugated and oppressed to stop? It's because the libs think about themselves. They never think about how others are oppressed, and it comes from a place of privilege. And it is probably the most exhausting thing that I constantly have to deal with when talking to liberal friends or family members, is they're pretending to understand intersectionality, but not putting it into practice. That's what it is. It's like they'll love the optics of it and they'll go, oh, sure. Like, yeah, all those things are great. However, it's like the practice of it, they are not about. The techniques developed by the IOF to oppress Palestinians are directly taught to U.S. police departments by IOF advisors. These struggles are interconnected in so many ways. Yes, it is why Palestinians taught protesters during the the early Black Lives Matter protests in like 2014, Michael Brown. They taught them strategies and tips to deal with the brutal attacks by the police. Yes, in Ferguson, they taught them how to deal with tear gas. They taught them, they shared their knowledge that they had earned because they too had been dealing with similar attacks that came from the Israeli military that were taught to United States police forces. And that's why they would say from Baltimore to Palestine, from Ferguson to Gaza. In intersectionality theory, this is called praxis. Yes. Patricia Hale Collins does a good job of breaking the importance of praxis down in Black feminist thought. The LAPD is using AI surveillance tech to build profiles on us that Israel tested on Palestinians. Yes, I think it's Second Thought who has a really harrowing but good video on how Gaza is a testing ground. Yep, and how if you watched Ronan Farrow's I think it was an HBO documentary called Surveilled, where he goes to Tel Aviv, the one of the main kind of centers of this technology being developed and being used. And of course, it's being used on Palestinians. They test out so much cyber warfare on the people next door in Palestine. My used to be friend here in New Zealand was like that. He was for UBI, not for class solidarity to help the working poor get out of poverty, but just so he could make music and get his expenses paid for. Everything he was in support for was only his benefit, not anyone else. It's one of the reasons we aren't friends anymore. Yeah, I mean, look, in America, I'm always thinking of that Korean meme. In America, we are taught individualism, hyper individualism. It is praised. It is everybody out for themselves. You pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you get yours. And it fosters this mentality, this very individualistic mentality that is antithetical to class solidarity. Why do you think individualism in a country like the United States of America is so praised and propagated? Because they do not want class solidarity, because they do not want people being raised to believe that it's about all of us and not one of us. Yeah, we have to break the individualistic mindset. Okay, let's watch this insane. Hold on. Yep. So anyway, guys, the tariffs, but don't worry because you don't need money. According to Benny Johnson, who is worth millions of dollars, he makes a lot of money telling people now that you don't need money. Okay. This is now the MAGA, this is the MAGA line. It's you don't need stuff, you want it. You don't need money. You don't need any of these things. The most important thing is American freedom. I love UB. Thank you for the 22 months. The Trumo, thank you for the 14 months. As Phil Oak said, yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as padlock prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. Tree Degrees, thank you for the 2 months. Chicken Nugget Noah, thank you for the 11 months.
Losing money costs you nothing. This is just the reality of life. You're gonna, like, were you young and dumb? How much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs you nothing. In fact, it builds quite a bit of character, in fact.
You guys, being broke because of oppressive policies and an oppressive system, it builds character, okay? It will make you a man. This is what will make you tough. Yeah, that's right, baby. Not having the money to pay your rent, to buy groceries, to afford the ever-rising costs of living. You know, actually, wages, too high. What's all this talk about raising the minimum wage? What's all this talk about how, like, cost of living has overtaken people's wages? I think that we should make $0. Or certainly that's what Betty thinks.
You learn a lot of lessons, actually, by losing money.
Yeah, you do, huh?
Losing your character?
You know what I think would be interesting? If Benny Johnson does an experiment where he loses all of his money, where he goes down to $0. That would be a really fun experiment. He could video the whole thing. Okay? He could put it on YouTube. How Benny Johnson lives his life, how he builds his character after having lost every single dime. Gay people in video games is the end of the world, but not having money for groceries or rent is character building. Hell yeah, brother, that's right. Okay. You got woke in video games, and that's a problem. But being broke, not a problem.
Costs you everything. Losing your country costs you everything.
Like, does he? Okay, hold on. There's no way. He knows he's blowing smoke out of his ass. Look at him. This is I said this yesterday, but the Olympics of mental gymnastics, where they're like, all right, how do we yet again spin this into being America #1? Okay, how about, You don't need money. And in fact, by not having money, it builds character.
In fact, you learn a lot of lessons actually by losing money. Losing your character costs you everything. Losing your country costs you everything. There are things you can't get back.
Oh.
The government can print more money, and it will.
Oh.
Sadly, that's just the reality.
Oh, he's literally doing the meme. He's literally doing the meme. He's like, Trump will just print you a bunch of money. Listen, brother. Listen, patriot. You need to stand up for your freedom. We need to save America. And then Donald Trump is just going to print you guys a bunch of money. Trust me.
It's fugazi, it's fugazi. It's just so there's a boom and a bust every 10 years, and it's been that way since the invention of modern markets in the 1600s. The Dutch crash of 1649.
He's getting
Ever heard of
crazy.
it? It's just the way that it works. It's the way that like monetary policy has always worked.
No.
Ups and downs, especially as the table.
Yeah.
gets reset.
I like that he's basically saying, you know how much your situation sucks now? Well, it's always going to be like that. There is literally nothing there. It's fine because it's always been like that. So, right. He is admitting capitalism is the problem. But that's okay. I need to know what the comments on this are. I need to know if this is like when the Daily Wire viewers pushed back on Ben Shapiro defending healthcare and saying that Luigi Mangione was evil, et cetera, et cetera. And they were like, actually, Ben, I have to disagree with you. Because he's saying a bunch of crazy stuff here. But one of the things he's saying is essentially like your life will always suck. Wasn't the whole thing was that Donald Trump was going to make it better? But he's like, no, it's always been this way.
If you lose the character of your country, if your town gets hollowed out, give me that photo of that town, man. Give me a photo of that town in West Virginia. If your town gets hollowed out.
How do you think these towns have been hollowed out? Do you think it has anything to do? Do you think it has anything to do with decades of American policies? It's not because China as a country is doing well type of thing.
And your entire neighborhood gets addicted.
But this is what it is. It's putting all of the blame on the rest of the world. That's the American narcissism. It's not us, except if it's Democrats, but it's not us. It's the rest of the world. They have collaborated. It's a grand conspiracy. They have collaborated to destroy us.
Opioids. And your steel mill shuts down. And your farmers can't grow crops. And there's no more cattle ranchers. There's no more cowboys. There's no more fishers. There's no more workers. And we're completely and totally dependent upon slave labor peasants across Asia to make every good and service. And
yeah, that's neoliberalism. That is American neoliberal policies that specifically have impacted industries like agriculture. This is what has led to increased corporatization of family farms, the continuous degrading of the environment, climate change worsening because of neoliberal policies. We're just in a race to the bottom. Wait, unrelated, but he can't travel alone anymore because his wife found out he was fucking men? Benny? What? He can't travel alone at... God. Pff. Oh. Why are these people such... They're just... You know what? Just love yourself, okay? That's my message for them. Love yourself. Be who you really are. and not this bloviated version of a white American patriot. Come on. I know he was getting targeted gay cruise ads famously. God, it's... If I had $1 for every right-wing politician, pundit, commentator who used their platform and their power to make a crusade against LGBTQ people, and it turns out that they themselves ain't totally straight, I would have too many dollars according to Benny Johnson, because the way to be an American is to have $0. My favorite Benny Johnson moment. Love when conservative podcaster Benny Johnson complained about seeing ads for a gay cruise without realizing that the ads were customized based on your search history. It's giving like Ted Cruz liking that porn tweet on 9/11. The advertising on the Military Times right now. Oh, God. Oh, Benny Johnson. Oh, Benny. Oh, Benny. Me when I don't know how the internet works, which is true. Like, I don't know how the internet works. Man, you know, these guys suck. That's what I have to say.
Pharmaceutical, then you've actually lost your country. And then we are the slaves. There you go. This is West Virginia. And it's so sad that this was a factory that provided thousands of honest, good-hearted, steel-working jobs for our fellow countrymen. And it was ripped. The guts of it got ripped out.
Look at my factory, dog.
Like McConnell, so that they could make a couple extra points in their portfolio to get stock swaps with Pan-Asian countries.
Oh!
And they sold out their countrymen, and I call that traitorism, actually. I think that's the definition of a traitor. You can lose money. You can lose points in your portfolio. It costs you absolutely nothing.
Why do they fetishize manufacturing jobs so much? Because it speaks to a great American past, right? Like these guys who don't give two fucks about manufacturing workers, okay? They don't care about these blue collar people, but they use them as political pawns. Like that's what it is. It is conjuring up this image of a grand American past that has been destroyed by China, by gay and trans people, by women, by all of these villainous groups that have come together to destroy the hardworking, the hardworking Americans. It has nothing to do, but not laying the blame at all on Republican policies, also Democrat policies. Like they will blame Democrats, but of course they won't blame Republicans at all. These fucking losers like Benny simultaneously claim the praises of capitalism and then act like the results of capitalism occurred by the government holding a gun to the heads of CEOs, forcing them to offshore their production.
Nobody ever had their net worth carved onto their tombstone. Doesn't even matter when you're on your deathbed. Who cares? Just digits on a
He is so drama.
Ledger. What will matter is, did you preserve your nation for your children? Did you view your country as something more than just an economic zone and tax cattle and slaves to China?
Dude, there's something particularly gross about white conservatives like Benny always using the word slave, but in a way to talk about white people, you know? Like that's the people who I get it's an ick. It's an ick when they use the word slave to refer to obviously white Americans. Yeah, you do not care about the kids making shoes in Asia.
Put
No,
that
he
up,
does.
President Trump, no crying in the casino. Is it really? I don't care. It's too good. Final point I'll make on this is, who's the slave and who's the master?
Oh, see? Like it's weird. It's
You know,
gross.
if your pharmaceutical and automobile and phone, all the wires in your home, every electronic in your home, if everything that you use in your life is wholly and totally built by a foreign power that hates you, then you're the slave. You've always thought of America as the master of the world or as like an empire. It's not.
Yeah. So basically Benny Johnson's like, I think that these women and children who work in these sweatshops primarily, that they deserve higher wages. Like is that what he's coming out to say? Because these US manufacturers who sought to increase their profits, which meant that they were going to move the labor overseas because they could have much, much, much lower labor and production expenses. So is that what Benny is arguing for? Fair wages?
Not if we are totally dependent and on our knees before these third world goblin dictatorships. So it's time for a total reset.
Oh, here's the
It's
total
time for
reset.
them
That's what
to know
Russell
who's
Brand
boss.
loves to talk about.
And it's time for us to be the master.
So you know what's interesting? If you don't watch enough of this type of content, like these commentators from Russell Brand to Rogan to Benny Johnson to whoever, okay, there's a lot of them. If you don't watch enough, then you might not realize that they're all saying the same stuff. They'll have different vibes, you know, like Russell Brand has the creepy cult leader vibe. Joe Rogan has the like roided up, I look like I'm going to blow up if you even poke me. Benny Johnson is going for the like, he's going for kind of like the fratty guy look. So there are differentiations between them, but you'll hear a lot of the same language, that they will zero in on the same language. Because here's the thing. A lot of these people are driven by the masses rather than driving the masses. They look to see what's popular online. A lot of them look to see what like Joe Rogan is talking about because of how big Joe Rogan is. And then they will shape their commentary, their videos, their, you know, the topics they talk about, the language that they use around whatever else they see, around what they see doing well. So the Great Reset has become this very, very popular thing that you will hear repeated amongst these right-wing commentators, content creators, and it's that what they're saying is essentially what they're saying is they're using the Great Reset as a way to justify what Donald Trump is doing by saying we are going to globally reset enough of the global elites, right? These shadowy powers that have sought to destroy America, that America has to come out of this like a phoenix from the flames, and we're going to reset, and it is going to be for America, by America, in America, of America.
Once again, that's the point of this country, actually, to be the master of our own destinies.
Ah, so you can be the master of your own destiny as long as you don't have anything. As long as you have no money, no nothing, then you can be the master of your own destiny as long as you stand up for freedom. Kid Store, thank you for the 18 months. Ritello, thank you for the 10. We went from expensive eggs are a national crisis to losing money costs you nothing really fast. God, I just want people to see how much of a grift this is. Please, please. The narcissist prayer, that didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, it's not a big deal. And if it was, it's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. Yeah, I just want people to, like, oh my God, how can you not understand that they're all fucking grifters, man? They're all grifters. Look at this. I have to pee.
Hello, I'm just back from
I have to pee. I'm
Narnia,
sorry I'm
where I
leaving
had
you
a
alone
holiday,
with this.
Mr. Tumnus, Aslan, all those guys. And as you know, airports are places full of Wi-Fi and all sorts of evil energies. Think of all the phones out there, all of the signals, corruptible and corrupting. Luckily, I wear this magical amulet from AirTech that keeps me safe from all of the various signals out there. And also means, look at this, look how strong I am. I think this is making me more powerful, as a matter of fact. Look at that. This stuff is absolutely packed with AirTech. I didn't even bring any socks or toothbrush or dog meat or anything like that. Just completely full of AirTech. You should get one as well, particularly if you're planning to go to an airport anytime soon, because the bloody things are full of lethal signals. AirTech, a glorious amulet to protect you from corrupting
I'm sorry.
signals. Hello, I'm just back from Narnia, where I had a holiday, Mr. Tum.
He's selling a magical amulet. It's only $239. Well, okay, how are you going to buy that amulet if, according to Benny Johnson, you don't need any money? Wait, but then how are we going to protect ourselves from evil energy? Wait a sec. I don't understand. I don't understand how. But how can I buy this amulet if I'm not supposed to have any money because I need to stand up for America, and the way to stand up for America is to have $0 signs and no Nintendo Switch 2. Fuck. Which way, Western man? You are laughing. He is protecting us from Wi-Fi and you're all laughing? No, I'm just trying to figure out how. How do I do both? How do I give Russell Brand my money but also not have money so that I can be a free American? This offer may not be compatible with offers from other conservative grifters. Results are not guaranteed. Damn, how am I supposed to listen to all these individual grifters? How am I supposed to, how do we make all the puzzle pieces fit? How do I buy shungite rocks? What am I supposed to do? I need money to buy my shungite. Do you know what shungite is? I need it. Do you think he gets mad that his most relevant role will be his 10-second off-screen cameo in the Katy Perry documentary? I love that he, amongst the recent charges of rape that were just filed, I love that he decided to talk about his divorce from Katy Perry. Was like, it was totally amicable, really, all love, all great. When it's like, we all saw the documentary, or at least the clip. After he texted her to divorce her. Noah P, thank you for the 31 months. Broke Social, thank you for the 2. Literally before a stage show. Yes. Yeah.
All right, everybody, here we go. Stand by house lights, stand by on.
I feel like if Katy Perry stans had I don't even know who Katy Perry stans are anymore, but if they had the energy of, say, Nicki Minaj stans, Russell Brand would be dead. Am I wrong? Oh, God. Married to Russell Brand and then divorced via text from Russell Brand. Just the worst. I saw this on my timeline earlier. I also saw this, Donald Trump. It's like, once upon a time, Donald Trump, who Russell Brand publicly insulted, and who Donald Trump tweeted at Katy Perry, Katy, what the hell were you thinking when you married loser Russell Brand? There's a guy who's got nothing going, a waste. Man, you know, when he was right, he was right. I mean, he ain't wrong there. And then Russell, I think it was 2016 when Trump was first running and then when he won. And this is back when Russell Brand was still trying to be a voice on the left, when he was like really involved with climate protests. He was involved with other leftist causes, and he had some things to say about Donald Trump. And you know, the thing about the grift is that you all end up in the same place. That's what happens. Donald Trump just wanted to be Wendy Williams. He should have just done it, okay? He should have just done it. Why? Why did he not just stay in entertainment, even though even though the way that politics has become, it's all one reality show, but you know what I mean. Okay, I wanted to watch. Here's some pictures from the protests across the country today. Big protests. Big protests everywhere. This is in DC. Thousands of people protesting. A lot of solidarity. Bigly. Protesting bigly. And then here's Hassan's speech at the rally today. If you missed it, there's my Slay Queen Marsh.
Now, I've spoken on this matter every single day, as have you. So we've said everything that must be said 1,000,000 times over. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Also,
Hassan gives me so much anxiety that he never, I mean, it's his thing. Okay, he likes to do things off the cuff. But that he never prepares his speeches. Like I could never be I didn't prepare anything to say. I'm just full sending
so
it.
because I didn't really prepare for a speech, I'm sorry.
But I mean, that's kind of the whole thing, right? Is that it is just fuck it, we ball off the cuff. He speaks for 10 hours a day. Why would he prepare his speech?
Right now, this Trump administration has severely escalated the erosion of civil liberties for all Americans. Every single one of us. You have people getting black-bagged in the street, disappeared for the crime of speaking the truth. And that is precisely the reason why you demonstrating here matters.
Yeah, but that's why I write out a script for every single one of my streams. Every word that comes out of my mouth has been pre-written. There's just a running script. No, obviously not. But that has always been a thing with live streaming that I have gotten better about it. I have gotten over a bit of the anxiety of it just being hours of off the cuff speaking. But it surely went against my nature when I started streaming.
We must never allow these fascists to take away our voice, even if people don't recognize, even if people don't understand that one day they might be the ones who get black-bagged and sent to a slave labor colony in El Salvador without due process. We will fight for them too. Because every...
Oh. Oh. Hold on.
Fine.
Wait, where?
Final.
I hate when that happens.
Is good, but it is not enough. Is that
where is the whole thing?
Bare minimum.
The streets to
Citizenship. What do you say to people who are maybe feeling fearful right now?
I think there's really in our masses.
He was one of the last
no reason to
speakers.
be afraid,
Okay, let's
because
see.
This is what makes us stronger.
Here's the. He was late. Classic. Okay, here's the whole thing.
This Trump administration has severely escalated the erosion of civil liberties for all Americans. Every single one of us. You have people getting blackbagged in the street, disappeared for the crime of speaking the truth. And that is precisely the reason why you demonstrating here matters. We must never allow these fascists to take away our voice, even if people don't recognize, even if people don't understand that.
Hey, I'm on the left. Whoa, let's go. Okay, celebrity.
One day they might be the ones who get blackbagged and sent to a slave labor colony in El Salvador without due process. We will fight for them too. Because every single person here understands the fundamental truth.
This audio.
None of us are free until
all of us are free.
So I want to end with that and say, free Mahmoud, free Humeira, free all of the political prisoners. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Your voices will not be silent.
Whoa! The people united. Yo, that was hype at the end. There's my boy Lolo.
How are folks feeling? Are we ready to march on ice? All right, we got 2 more speakers, so I want y'all to hold tight. But before I introduce our
Now stage dive into the crowd. I cannot believe he missed his opportunity to crowd surf. What is he doing? You give a speech like that and then you dive into the crowd. They would not catch his ass. Maybe they would catch his head. Maybe it would just be his head. Anyway, no, it was awesome to see. Awesome to see everybody at the march today. Proud of Hassan for the speech. It's I don't know. I think the energy of a protest, and there were a lot of protests today, not just in this country, but around the world. I think it kind of gives you that jolt, you know? It gives you that, it's that break from the doom scrolling. It's that break from the sensation that you are drowning when you see all these people united, when you just, even if you're not there, you feel that energy. Yeah. And there's a lot of people. Another one of those sad stories you hear about someone getting devastating injuries from an attempted crowd surf. I'm just imagining the headlines. Hassan Piker breaks his ass crowd surfing after delivering a speech at the March for Palestine in DC. It's a show that there's actually a world that's outside of the social media algorithms and that real people are actually pissed about the same things you are. Loved watching all the protests. We out there. We out there. Oh God, this is horrifying. Oh my God. It's so scary. Okay, I did see one crazy sign that said from Gaza to NATO. I don't think that's how it works. Oh. It's like from Gaza to what? All right. Well. I wanted to, come over here. We're going to look at, I want to talk about something that's really fun, and it's vaccine misinformation, which is, something that is not just explored in an episode of The Pit, but if you're watching The Pit, if you watch the recent episode of The Pit, there is an incident involving measles. The measles are so back, baby. 2025, and the measles are back. We've never been more back. But anyway, so this has been vaccine misinformation is something that has moved from the fringes to the mainstream, and we are seeing devastating consequences of vaccine misinformation. Vaccine misinformation around COVID, vaccine misinformation around something like the measles, which is very contagious and very dangerous. Measles can kill. This is not just like a thing where you get a little rash and then you get better. Measles are something that we had eradicated because of the vaccine for measles, which is supposed to be administered to children. It's the MMR vaccine. It vaccinates against measles, mumps, and rubella. That is where MMR comes from. And the first dose is usually given to children around 9 months to 15 months. Yep. And what has been happening in this country is we are seeing outbreaks of diseases that we have for a long time, we have had the vaccinations for. And so in Texas, for example, there's a growing measles outbreak. It is not slowing down. And because measles are so contagious, what's happening is it's spreading in places like daycare centers. A lot of these kids, and it's not necessarily that all of these kids getting measles have anti-vax parents. It's that some of these kids are just too young to have gotten their dose of the vaccine. And so they are at risk because they are coming into contact with other kids who are not vaccinated because their parents are unvaxxed, or because, immunocompromised, you can't get the vaccine. So there are reasons outside of having anti-vax parents as to why not all kids are vaccinated, but this measles outbreak has already claimed the life of at least one child, and that child, that little girl, had parents who are super anti-vax. They even said that, were they to go back, they would not vaccinate her still, that like it's better that she's in heaven now than that she got the vaccine. It's insane. It's crazy, and it's very sad, but it's also something that is not, this is not fringe. Like, this belief that vaccines are harmful to children, that they cause them to have something, they will cause them to have something like autism. This is coming from people like RFK Jr., who is the head of Health and Human Services. This is something that's very popular with these right-wing content creators and these commentators who have jumped on things like COVID-19 misinformation, of attacking science and scientists. And these beliefs are becoming, as I said, more mainstream, and it is a public health issue. It is literally a public health issue. And so it's not just about your individual decision. And that's the whole thing, is that here in America, we love to talk about freedom. It should be my choice. It should be my choice whether I'm going to vaccinate my children. Okay, but here's the thing. It's everybody else who comes into contact with you or with your children who are not vaccinated. It's not their choice then. Like, that choice affects other people. That choice is actually not an individual choice. Here is the parents talking about it. It's so nuts. Hoofda. And so if you watched the episode of The Pit, the most recent episode, these parents who, especially the mom, is totally, just a total science skeptic, vaccine skeptic, is probably, is the type of person who listens to all of these wellness type influencers who are pushing really harmful vaccine misinformation. And Dr. Robbie, love him, Dr. Robbie. And the other thing too is, like, what's interesting about the show The Pit is that it shows you the perspective of how medical professionals have to deal with these issues that we are, these issues that we talk about all the time. How you see from the perspective of the first aid and, the first responders, and then those who work in the emergency room, what happens when there's a mass shooting, right? Everyone from the social workers to the surgeons to the EMTs. And with vaccine misinformation, there have been a couple times in the show. Oh God, select two objects that are the same shape. What does this mean? Like 7 and 7? Okay. All right, that was kind of confusing for a second. Hold on. All right, here's the clip from The Pit. Fuck. The sound. Okay, wait.
It says here.
Can you put your damn phone away?
Oh, I felt that.
Your son is critically ill. The longer that we wait, the higher the risk of permanent brain damage. What is not clear here?
How did Flynn get measles?
From his sister. Hi, I'm Dr. Robbie. Georgia is fine. She's in our staff room. She's the one who actually called 911 and probably saved her brother's life.
Georgia was sick, but she got better on her
Also,
own.
what I liked about this episode, this part of the episode, is that the parents are, the parents kind of seem to be upper class. It's not the like maybe redneck type of people who might come to mind when you're thinking about who is who's believing this misinformation. You know, it's privileged white suburbanites, the type of person who would probably listen, this mom who probably listens to like Jenny McCarthy's radio show.
Quickly. Yeah, many people get better on their own, like Georgia. However, as many as 1 in 20 kids that get measles get pneumonia, like your son.
Are your children vaccinated against measles?
No.
No.
The MMR vaccine is perfectly safe. Measles is not.
We're concerned about inflammation and possible damage to Flynn's brain and spinal cord.
The measles got to his brain? Yes. That's how it works. Noah Weil knows what he's talking about. He's been practicing medicine for over 30 years. Oh, yeah. Noah Weil's been practicing medicine via ER and now the pit for so long that he is a doctor. That's how it works. Okay, so anyway, let's look at the latest updates.
Aside from that,
around measles, because we're going to look at this and then we're going to finish the Russell Brand conspiracy. The fall of Russell Brand video. We're in the section where it gets to like the history of conspiracies. And one thing that Russell Brand has spent a lot of time doing with his rebrand, and one of the first things that he did when he started, you know, when he shifted to the right, when he started, when he like totally redid his YouTube channel and the content that he was doing, is he jumped on the COVID-19 misinformation train. Yeah, he started going after science. He started going after scientists. COVID-19 was a launching point for a lot of these right-wing grifting influencer accounts.
Other news now, the Texas Health Department is reporting that measles cases in that state have shot up from 422 cases earlier this week to 481 now. With a nightmare scenario right now unfolding at one daycare center in Lubbock, at least 4 kids there have tested positive for measles. One daycare center. Most of the children there are still too young to be fully vaccinated. The outbreak in Texas has pushed the total number of U.S. cases to the highest they have been in the past decade. More than 600 cases so far confirmed across 21 states and D.C. NBC's Ann Thompson is joining us now with that story. Ann, what's being done in Texas right now to get this under control?
Well, the first thing they're doing, Tom, is state officials are reminding people that the most effective way to prevent getting the measles is to get that 2-dose MMR vaccine.
Right, right. But the problem is if you're telling people, hey, we actually have a really easy solution here. Give your child the MMR vaccine. Like it works. It's safe. It's been around for a minute now. The issue is that people are distrusting of the vaccines. That there is a growing mistrust in science and in public health institutions. Scientists and public health professionals are being treated like the public enemy. They are being attacked. Their reputations, like individual reputations and the reputations of these institutions, have been damaged, continue to be damaged by people like RFK Jr. and Russell Brand. If smallpox existed today in America, it would never have been eradicated. Yeah, and it's why it's why we've seen a return of these diseases that were once deadly, that were once widespread, because we didn't have the medicine, we didn't have the vaccines to treat them. We're seeing them return because of a growing distrust in public health and in modern medicine.
It's the best.
Why is trust in medical going down so fast? What's happening? I mean, it's what I'm explaining is that these beliefs and these individuals who were once on the fringes have gone mainstream. That Robert Kennedy Jr., who is one of the most prolific anti-vaxxers and spreaders of scientific misinformation, that he is, there's something that just flew into my eyeball. Okay, hold on. I cannot see anything.
Thing you can do. Aside from that, they are also showing people, look, this is what's happening in our state with a disease that had been eradicated 25 years ago. You got 481 cases. Gaines County, which is where this all started, has more than 300 cases, 56 people hospitalized. Now, Lubbock County is where that daycare center is, and Tom, they have 6 kids who got the measles. And in the thick of it is the public health director, Catherine Wells, and I spoke to her earlier today.
It is our most infectious virus that we know about. Measles is going to find those unvaccinated populations.
So if you don't want the measles, the best advice is to get the vaccination. Tom?
Yeah, and all of us parents know that the MMR vaccine is what you give the kids right when they're babies, when they're infants even. How did these kids get sick then? Was there one particular child who spread it?
Exactly. It was a 3-year-old child who they actually thought was originally diagnosed with strep, and it turned into measles. And that confirmation came on March 24th. Today, there are 6 cases of measles in that daycare center. They have isolated some of the classrooms, the kids who have vaccinated.
Heads up, if you're born 71 to 89, get checked to see if you need an adult booster. Many kids born 1989 and earlier got only a single shot of MMR. If you had siblings, your doctors may have given you a second later. Mine did. Check your record. Sorry, this comment was a bit late. Had to wait 10 minutes to make my first Twitch comment. Yes, some childhood vaccines can wear off over time, and they require booster shots or additional vaccinations. Also depends on, like that chatter said, when you got it, and it depends on what the vaccine is.
Vaccine waivers. They've been isolated in another classroom, but the owner, Megan Messick, says it is a really difficult time.
God.
I've used the term muddy waters because there's no clear anything. Like it just kind of like we don't know. I've got parents that are upset because we're doing so much and then, isolating their children. And then you've got other parents that are like, do more.
So again, at Tiny Tots University Learning Center in Lubbock, Texas, there are 6 measles cases. They hope that number does not grow. Tom?
Okay. Ann Thompson, thank you very much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
You should be able to sue parents that don't vaccinate if they get your kids sick without real medical issues. Yeah, or parents being held liable for child abuse when, for instance, like, oh, I meant to play this clip. Hold on. These parents whose 6-year-old unvaccinated child died of the measles, and they are still pushing anti-vaccine nonsense. Like, obviously, the source of this all are not these parents. Like, yes, they bear responsibility, but it's where they're getting this information from. It's people who have massive platforms, who have a very, very wide reach, who write books, who write lots of books that are just filled with misinformation.
They'll say don't do the shots. There's doctors that can help
both
with
victims
measles.
and
they're not
perpetrators.
as bad as they're making it out to be.
And also the measles are good for the body, for the people.
Like,
because the measles are getting the what is it? Entzündung. Infection.
For infection.
Yeah, they get an infection out and.
du meinst das immune system? Yes,
Yeah.
They're trying to say that the measles actually helps build the immune system in the long run if they get the measles now.
Nej, kvinnan är inte så lik krev in the long run.
In the long run, they kriegen nicht so leicht, like, they kriegen nicht so leicht krev.
Ja, det är inte så lik krev.
Okay, so in the long run, he says they wouldn't get cancer as easily, and like it fights off a lot of stuff, the immunity that they get from from the measles.
It's like they are trusting the word of they are trusting the word of someone on YouTube versus the word of public health officials. Like that's the situation we're in. I mean, I obviously I don't know where they.
Good evening. I'm John Yang.
I don't know where they specifically were brainwashed, where they were, what sources convinced them that if your child gets the measles, that's actually how they build immunity to it. Religion probably isn't helping them much. Yeah, they kind of seemed like maybe they were Amish. Well, this is also, there was a report in 2019 of Orthodox Jews. So I think in these ultra religious communities, the issue of anti-vax and just distrust of public health and of science really proliferates. Like in 2019, there was a big report that came out of these communities across New York and New Jersey that had large concentrations of ultra-Orthodox Jews. And there were measles outbreaks in these suburbs. Those folks are Mennonite type beat, if I'm not mistaken.
The growing measles outbreak in the southwestern United States claimed a second life this week. New Mexico health officials said an unvaccinated adult who did not seek medical care tested positive for the virus after dying. Measles is a highly contagious disease, but in 2000, health officials said that the widespread administration of the measles vaccine had eliminated it in the United States. But now the CDC warns that more cases can be expected. So far this year, more than 220 cases have been reported across 12 states.
Also, this is from a month ago. That's gone up.
Texas, where the outbreak first emerged and where late last month an unvaccinated child died, has the majority of the cases, at least 198 since late January. Jessica Malati Rivera is an infectious disease epidemiologist at the De Beaumont Foundation. That's a philanthropy that promotes public health. Jessica, help us put this in context. There have been measles outbreaks in recent years.
I need some water.
How is this one different, or is it different?
Yeah, it is different. And we have had measles outbreaks in previous years. In 2019, the U.S. nearly lost the elimination status because of 1,300 cases that were reported throughout New York and New Jersey. And in 2013, there was an outbreak. When we say outbreak, we refer to cases that involve 3 or more infections. In 2024, there were a number of outbreaks. But 2 months into 2025, this is our 3rd outbreak. And it's growing to be one of the worst. So it's, when we talk about this, it is unusual for this type of scale, but because of decreasing vaccination rates and vaccine refusal in general, we are seeing emerging cases happen on occasion.
Texas pediatricians also are seeing vitamin A toxicity in kids because social media says it prevents or cures measles. Oh my God.
Vaccine refusal, is that the main driving force for this outbreak or the previous outbreaks?
Yes, when we talk about measles herd immunity, which refers to what the vaccination rate that we need to prevent measles outbreaks, it's 95% or higher. When we dip below that percentage, that's when we start to see new cases emerge. It is the most contagious infectious disease we have, and the MMR vaccine is one of the most effective vaccines. When we have vaccination rates above 95%, that's when we can maintain that elimination status.
Oh my God, this is from yesterday. Doge has closed down 50 vaccination clinics in Texas amid a measles outbreak. Yeah, but the problem is the trans fencer. That's what we should care about. That's what we should focus all our attention on. Musk and the Trump admin directed federal agencies to pause the disbursement of $11.4 billion in community health loans and grants this week. But don't worry, guys, because rich people are going to get a tax cut. The timing couldn't be worse. Oh, God. I'm beyond words. I mean, yeah, like it's a crazy state of affairs that scientists and public health officials are facing, like, not only having to deal with this proliferating misinformation, this anti-vax stance that has become more widespread, but they are having to deal with personal attacks that a lot of researchers, a lot of scientists have reported harassment that ranges from like getting 50 insane emails sent to you from one person in a single day to threats of violence. They're being doxxed. Their physical safety has been threatened. I mean, there's over 51% of 1,200 scientists in several fields who responded to a survey by Science said that they had experienced at least one form of harassment, sometimes over a period of years. And it's not just scientists and researchers who work in the area of epidemiology, who work on like finding vaccines for diseases. This is also happening to climate researchers. This is happening to meteorologists. Like every time some unprecedented historical disaster happens, what we see are further attacks on anybody who is making the connection between climate change and whatever disaster is happening. And like this is causing future generations of researchers and science professionals to reconsider going into this profession. Like it is causing people to reject opportunities to speak in public, having to take safety measures to protect themselves and their families. They are withdrawing from social media platforms. Like the very people who actually have the experience and the background and the knowledge to combat this misinformation are leaving social media.
As soon as it starts to dip, and we've seen that dip below 90% in some communities,
but even when it's in the
92, 93% range, that is a vulnerability for populations.
MMR vaccine, 3 measles, mumps, rubella in that one vaccine. Talk about the effectiveness and the history of that vaccine.
Yeah, so the MMR vaccine is probably one of the most effective vaccines that we have. It protects, with one dose, you have 93% protection from infection. And with 2 doses, you're protected up to 98%. The first dose is typically given to children who are between 12 to 15 months. And the second dose is given between the ages of 4 to 6, ideally so that children are fully vaccinated and protected by the time
Hell
they
yeah,
enter
brother.
kindergarten.
Great reset.
And it's kindergarten vaccination rates that we're typically looking at when we talk about populations that are either protected or vulnerable.
The new Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., longtime vaccine skeptic. When this first outbreak broke out, he said it was not unusual. He's been suggesting that things like vitamin A and cod liver oil could be remedies. What effect is that having, do you think?
It's having a pretty significant effect. It is sowing additional doubt in vaccine confidence. You know, I think it's important to note that vitamin A cannot prevent measles infection. Vitamin A is a very specific post-infection guidance, again, offered by the WHO, because in some cases, measles can deplete a child's vitamin A levels. And so the dosage of vitamin A is given by a doctor, 2 doses, 24 hours apart, for the purpose of replenishing that deficiency in vitamin A. It is not something that should be dosed at home. It's not prophylaxis or prevention. The only way to prevent measles infection is through the MMR vaccine.
In the first term, of course, President Trump had to deal with COVID. How well equipped do you think or prepared is the second Trump administration?
Is RFK Jr. a doctor or scientist? No. No. He was an environmental lawyer before he got into politics. An environmental lawyer who started writing a bunch of books that were very conspiracy heavy in the realm of and being anti-vaccine. He did write a book though, so he must know just by default of writing a book and writing
something like this.
A couple books.
This is a really difficult question to answer because it's hard to quantify, but it doesn't bode well when we are seeing
He literally has brainworms and killed a brown bear and buried it in Central Park. Yes, also true.
Attack on a lot of our public health institutions. When I say attack, I mean the silencing and the kind of removal of essential public health data and public health information. Right now, we're seeing a lot of political fighting when it comes to what CDC and NIH and even FDA can do. So things are not looking great, but there are a number of very active public health leaders and organizers who are trying to do the best they can to put out good information and to help create systems of harm reduction and advocacy, kind of the core principles
Emily,
of
thank you for the
public
tier
health.
1.
Epidemiologist Jessica Malati Rivera, thank you very much.
Oh yeah, sorry. He didn't bury the bear. He put it as a prank in Central Park to make it look like a bear had been in Central Park.
Thanks, John.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm John Yang.
All right. Let's get back to...
Blind. The risk is throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
So this is the video we were watching yesterday. It explores the world of Russell Brand. What is a conspiracy theory? What do history and psychology tell us about conspiracy theories? Why are they so popular? Who believes them? Why? And how has Russell Brand so effectively used conspiracy theories to grow his platform online?
And as we saw at the beginning, some conspiracies do turn out to be true, and they weren't reported on either. So, is there any other way to separate fact from fiction?
History is full of conspiracies, but they tend to be limited, a small group of people with a limited set of goals. Most conspiracy theories have turned out to be wrong, or at the very least, there's little evidence for. Vaccines don't cause autism. Obama was born in the US. The Earth is not flat. Witches weren't conspiring to encourage the harvests to fail. Jews weren't conspiring to take over the world in Weimar Germany.
But the idea that there's some kind of agenda to take over the world that connects dots between disparate events is as old as time. And they've usually turned out to be wrong, or at least, as we'll get to, miss the real point.
Some have been speculating.
Well, I think some of you maybe just be hearing for the first time that the world is not flat, and I just want you to know that it is, okay? Rest easy, the world is
that
flat.
The real estate bubble in 2020 and into 2021 is the start of the global elite's Great Reset agenda. Now you're interested.
In the middle of the 19th century, it was a common belief in America that the Catholic Church and the monarchies of Europe were not only uniting to destroy the US, but had already infiltrated the US government. One Texas newspaper declared that it's a notorious fact that the monarchs of Europe and the Pope of Rome are at this very moment plotting our destruction and threatening the extinction of our political, civil and religious institutions. We have the best reasons for believing that corruption has found its way into our executive chamber and that our executive head is tainted with the infectious venom of Catholicism. Before that, it was the Illuminati, who, according to one book in 1797, were formed for the express purpose of rooting out all the religious establishments and overturning all the existing governments of Europe.
There's an Illuminati Twitch emote.
In an influential 1964 article, The Paranoid Style in American Politics, Richard Hofstadter points out
Beyonce is
that
Illuminati.
throughout history there have been suspicions of plots that have infected all major institutions, that there's been a fifth column, that all in power have been compromised by an evil conspiracy.
At the time, conspiracies about the Illuminati were rife across Europe and America. The inventor of the telegraph, Samuel Morse, wrote that a conspiracy exists, its plans are already in operation, we're attacked in a vulnerable quarter, and cannot be defended by our ships, our forts, or our armies. Morse, sounding eerily like Brand, wrote, "The serpent has commenced his coil around our limbs."
Oh my God, Morse, YouTube would have loved you. YouTube would have loved him. The earth might not be a flat circle, but time is.
And the lethargy of his poison is creeping over us. Is not the enemy already organised in the land? Can we not perceive all around us the evidence of his presence? We must awake, or we are lost. Another article worried that the Jesuits are prowling about all parts of the United States in every possible disguise, expressly to ascertain the advantageous situations and modes to disseminate popery. It was alleged that the 1893 Depression was the result of a conspiracy by Catholics to attack the US economy by starting a run on the banks. World War I began because the Austro-Hungarian Empire believed the killing of the heir to the throne, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was the result of a Serbian government conspiracy, and so they attacked Serbia, setting off a chain of events leading to World War. There was no evidence for this. Historian Michael Shermer calls it the deadliest conspiracy theory in history. Senator McCarthy famously believed a communist conspiracy had infiltrated every American institution.
Red Scare,
in 1951, he said that there was a conspiracy on a scale so immense as to dwarf any previous such venture in the history of man. A conspiracy of infamy so black that, when it's finally exposed, its principles shall be forever deserving of the maledictions of all honest men. During the Red Scare, influential businessman Robert Welsh wrote that the communist influences are now in almost complete control of our federal government, the Supreme Court, and we are in a struggle for control of the press.
Yeah, remember when the commies took over the government? Remember when our government was communist?
The pulpit, the radio and television media, the labor unions, the schools, the courts, and the legislative halls of America. One of the key distinctions here is between phrases like an agenda and conspiracy. Brand, while defending himself as not being a conspiracy theorist, tends to use terms like agenda.
LMAO Twitch randomly starting a hype train out of nowhere. It's because they don't want you to know the truth. Okay? They don't want you to know the truth. So do not give me your Prime subs. Do not contribute to the hype train. They are trying to keep you from the truth. That's right. Hype train must stay at 0.
They a lot, or things like the global elite.
Uh-oh.
The difference between purposeful collusion across institutions.
Lenine's falling for it.
With an evil plan. And a pattern of, say, certain values aligning between corporations and neoliberal politicians. Sometimes the difference between the two is a gradient, more than black and white.
Bloody Kiwis.
But another way we can untangle this is to look at studies about who believes in conspiracies and for what reasons. First, a lot of people believe in them. 1/3 believe Obama is not American, 1/3 that 9/11 was an inside job, 1/4 that COVID...
Including Marion Cotillard. Marion Cotillard, who I want to know what else she believes. Their hype trains have a conspiracy where not all hype trains take the same amount of subs to reach level based on size of streamer, how many hype trains you had. Told you.
COVID was a hoax, 30% that chemtrails are somewhat true, and 33% believe that the government are covering up something about the North Dakota crash.
Never heard of it? That's because researchers made it up. They polled people about their beliefs in conspiracies and included a completely made-up event in North Dakota, and people instinctively believed that the government was hiding something about it.
People are naturally suspicious of power, which is, of course,
Seattle
a good
Green,
thing.
thank you.
But for some people, that leads to a belief in conspiracy. Why? Well, there are several factors that psychologists have looked at. The first is uncertainty. Psychologist Jan Willem Pruin points out that at a fundamental level, conspiracy theories are a response to uncertainty. He writes, "Conspiracy theories originate through the same cognitive processes that produce other types of belief, e.g. New Age, spirituality. They reflect a desire to protect one's group against a potentially hostile outgroup, and they are often grounded in strong ideologies."
So one thing that Russell Brand does a lot is he talks about how they, okay, the global elites, the shadowy powers, blah, 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 how they are coming for you, his audience. What does Russell Brand call his audience? He has a specific name for what he calls the brantourage. Well, his flagship series is called Stay Free. I'm trying to remember where I read what he calls. No, it's not the Branders. No. Anyway, I can't find where I was reading what he calls his audience, but what he will say is that they're coming after you and I'm just in the way. So this is what he did in the lead up to the allegations when they came out in 2023. He posted a video and said that he was about to face very serious allegations that I absolutely refute. He did not detail the allegations, but he was like, all my past relationships have been consensual. And then he said that another agenda might be at play and talked about how his supporters have for a long time warned him about getting too close to the truth. And then the next day, the Sunday Times, the Times of London, and Channel 4 Dispatches published their years-long joint investigation, which included four anonymous women accusing him of sexual assault between 2006 and 2013. And that's like part of the strategy for Brand, is that he and guys like him, where they'll get ahead of it and they'll be like, hey, there's about to be some stuff that's coming out. And it's because you guys are right. They're trying to take me out. I've gotten too close to the truth. And the real truth is that they are trying to come after. They're coming for you and I'm just in the way. And as soon as they can take me out, as soon as I'm no longer here, then you are susceptible. Then you are vulnerable.
Conspiracy theories are a natural defensive reaction to feelings of uncertainty and fear.
Responding to uncertainty and fear by hypothesizing a threat is an evolutionary instinct. You're better off jumping at the sight of a stick in the long grass than by being bitten by a...
He calls his flock awakening wonders. That's what he calls them. Awakening wonders.
Snake,
not as
for
good
example. The same thing happens when we see shapes in the darkness. We are risk-calculating creatures, always on the watch for danger.
And we do this by looking for patterns. Jonathan Kay writes that conspiracism is a stubborn creed because humans are pattern-seeking animals. Show us a sky full of stars and we'll arrange them into animals and giant spoons. Show us a world full of random misery and we'll use the same trick to connect the dots into secret conspiracies.
Psychologists call it pattern perception, I like to think of it as patternification.
Pruian writes, pattern perception is the tendency of the human mind to connect dots and perceive meaningful and causal relationships between people, objects, animals, and events. Perceiving patterns is the opposite of perceiving randomness.
Again,
I
all
see
very
patterns
reasonable,
everywhere.
but
Yeah.
sometimes
We're not conspiracy theorists, we're pattern. What did that say? We're not
Again,
conspiracy theorists, we're pattern recognition specialists. Oh, God. Yeah, that's right. I'm a pattern recognition specialist. Specialist. Put that on your LinkedIn. That's right. That's right. And yet when government officials kidnap people off the street for supporting Palestine, no word from these conspiracy theorists. Yeah, are they not, are these pattern recognition specialists not noticing a pattern here? How the people who are being targeted for their free speech are people who have criticized Donald Trump, who Russell Brand loves, who have criticized Israel, who Russell Brand supports? Aren't they seeing the pattern here? I thought they were pattern recognition
all
specialists.
very reasonable, but sometimes the stick in the grass is just a stick in the grass.
The only pattern I recognize is when viewers give $5 or their Twitch Prime to Caroline Kwan, her number goes up. That's right. That's a
And
pattern.
sometimes an event is just random, meaningless, an accident, a result of incompetence, ignorance, and so on.
Pruian writes, sometimes events truly are random.
$6
but
now.
most
That's a
people
pattern
perceive
of things
patterns
costing more
anyway.
money.
This is referred to as illusory pattern perception. People sometimes see meaningful relationships that just do not exist.
We do it all the time, but what's interesting in research is that some people see patterns more readily than others.
In studies, people who see patterns in abstract paintings, random dots, or coin tosses were more likely to believe in conspiracy theories, paranormal phenomena, and be religious. People who believe in astrology, spiritual healing, telepathy, and communication with the dead are all likely to believe in conspiracy theories. Belief in conspiracies have also been shown to increase after natural disasters, when people feel a lack of control.
Threat leads to the formation of a belief in a pattern in response to that threat.
While we're all distracted
In many,
Trump
by no means all, but many of Brand's videos,
Did something move in the hallway? Can we get a clip? I saw it too. Okay, well, your username is I'm scared help. Was it Farley? Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Do you see it? I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't know where Farley is. I didn't see him anywhere. Are you seeing the patterns? It looked so good on camera. Thanks. Are there any pattern recognition specialists in here? Anyone? Oh my God, I need the amulet. Oh my God, it's the Wi-Fi. It's the Wi-Fi. I need the amulet for $239.99. Spirits followed you home from the haunted house. Where's the Shungite? I need the Shungite. Prove that you're the real Caroline by having a tech problem right now. I can't force tech problems. They just happen. I don't know. That was weird. I'm so baked right now. This is the best cinema I've seen all year. Well, you haven't seen the Minecraft movie, huh? All right. That was weird. Okay. Keep an eye on the hallway. Keep an eye on the hallway. Anything else weird happens. I volunteer. I read the Da Vinci Code once. Yeah, me too. And I watched the movie. Prove you're really Caroline by singing a song from the Music Man. 76 trombones. When the great brain with 110 corners right behind, they were followed by rows and rows of the finest virtuos. Okay, is that good enough?
Small stories, a small sample of data, a single piece of evidence, or fringe ideas become spun or magnified
Can you
into
turn down the light a little more so we can pretend to see more things in the hallway? Yeah, will that help? Farley? Whoa! You guys, what is happening? Diva down. Somebody's trying to take me out. I don't know if I should keep watching this. Or I should keep watching this.
a wider pattern. In this video, he links the Great
I need to
Reset
learn about the
and the
patterns.
WEF's video, You'll Own Nothing and Be Happy, to movements in the financial markets. A story about BlackRock buying up real estate.
I'm getting too close to the
It's all
truth.
part of the agenda. He throws in that the mainstream media apparently reports it as good news, a housing bonanza that's going to be great for everyone, insinuating that all journalists are part of the agenda and ignoring the irony that he's citing the New York Times. What's it got to do with the Great Reset?
It's because the Great Reset is happening.
I wonder if Bitcoin.com, brand source in this, has an agenda. In this video, the Great Reset is linked to the farmers' protests. Throw in Bill Gates, throw in some vaccines, and it all becomes part of the simple good versus evil narrative. Author Naomi
there's
Klein
definitely
describes
evil
it
in this-
as a conspiracy
in this room.
smoothie. She writes, the Great Reset has managed to mash up every freak out happening on the internet, left and right, true-ish and off the wall, into one inchoate metascream about the unbearable nature of pandemic life under voracious capitalism. Conspiracy theorists become, through patternification, totalizers. Everything gets lumped in together as part of the same simple single narrative. It becomes zero-sum, good versus evil analysis. But this doesn't answer why some people do this and others don't as much, nor does it answer when the dots should be connected. To see why people do this, we'll look at two categories: cognitive biases and the need for control.
Russell Brand's always given me the ick. He is the guy who it's like,
Studies
it's
have
always
shown
the guy
that
you think it's going to
education
be.
above high school level halves the tendency to believe
He is the definition of it's always the ones you most expect.
in conspiracies, from 42% to 22%. Why is this? It's kind of counterintuitive, because in many ways education actually teaches you, more than anything, to be skeptical. The scientific method, for example, is built on skepticism of received wisdom. In history, which I did, you're taught to be skeptical of and scrutinise the literature and the primary sources. In politics, which I also did, many approaches, liberalism, Marxism, post-structuralism and more, are at their core skeptical about the state and about institutional power. If you're skeptical about what you're told, surely you're going to be more likely to believe that something is going on behind the scenes.
Okay, so for example, the lab leak hypothesis that COVID was made in a Wuhan lab, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, it got out. And that's what led to the pandemic. Here's a very scary fact. Most Americans believe that this lab leak conspiracy theory is true. Okay. So one reason is that evidence to support the theory is non-existent. So there are some people who take the route of like, we don't know that it's not true, so it could be true. And what happened is that Fauci, for example, at a House hearing was like, the lab leak theory is not inherently a conspiracy theory, but it's been exploited. And he said that he remains open to lab leak narratives in principle, where he's like, look, sometimes it happens, like it could have happened. However, no evidence has emerged to take this conspiracy theory seriously. But there are people still who don't, like, that doesn't matter to them, where they're like, okay, it's a thing that could happen, so it's therefore the thing that will happen, that did happen. I did my own research is such a common phrase with conspiracy theory people. Yes. Also because it is it's a very popular theory that has been propagated by a lot of these really big right-wing accounts, and it's popular because people wanted answers, right? They wanted answers. They wanted to believe that this was manufactured as a weapon, that this is not just something that, like a lot of viruses that turn into pandemics came from like animal to human transmission, but instead that it's part of part of these institutions attacking the masses. But the problem is that as of now, there is no evidence. As I said, there's no evidence that COVID-19 leaked out of a lab. And what is the most agreed upon hypothesis is called zoonosis. This is what is favored by the vast majority of the virological and epidemiological communities. And that is that this virus reached humans via a spillover from the animal kingdom, most likely through the unregulated wildlife trade in Southeast Asia. If you've seen the movie Contagion, which came out in 2011, directed by Steven Soderbergh, a lot of parallels there. I did my own research points to part of the main drivers of conspiracy theories, the sense of control over uncertainty. Doing my own research is seen as taking knowledge into one's own hands. Yeah. And like the irony of the whole think for yourself freely that people like Russell Brand push is that they're not really saying think for yourself freely. They're saying believe what I'm telling you. Like think for yourself freely by listening to what I have to tell you. The intelligence community in the U.S. believes it to be true. The CIA now favors the lab leak theory to explain COVID's origins. A new analysis that began under the Biden administration is released by the CIA's new director, John Ratcliffe, who wants the agency to get off the sidelines in the debate. There is no new intelligence behind the agency's shift. Rather, it's based on the same evidence it's been chewing on over months. The analysis is based in part on a closer look at the conditions in the high security labs. I wonder why the CIA would be behind. I wonder why the CIA would be in favor of putting the blame onto the Chinese government. But why does it matter even if it did leak from the lab? What difference does it make? Well, okay, so what's behind it is like that this was cooked up by, okay, so lab leak theories, the lab leak theory is not inherently a conspiracy theory, but it's the way that it's been exploited and turned into China as a way to control the United States and the rest of the world. China, as this growing power, created this virus that they were going to use as a bioweapon. Conspiracy theorists latch onto the lab leak theory and they was intentionally used as a bioweapon. Right. And in this war between the United States and in China, with China bad as a long-standing American, American thing, it is exploited by people who and by groups who want to further the distrust in China and to and to basically blame China for all the bad things that are happening in the US. Gives a narrative structure to these events. Yeah. So as Fauci himself said, he's like, look, the lab leak theory is not inherently conspiratorial, and it's one that in principle I am open to, that sometimes things are created in labs because they're trying to, they're like, whatever. There are reasons for it that are not that it's being used as a bioweapon to control the rest of the world. However, it's the way that the lab leak theory has been used, and it's the way that the lab leak theory has been used and how it is and how it branches off now into all of these other theories that are resulting in a lot of people believing really dangerous things. They've been trying to form the narrative that somehow China forced the corporations to move their production. Yeah, and it's easy to go with the China bad, right? China's trying to overtake this world. They are engaging, and that's why Robert Kennedy Jr. said all that crazy stuff about how he said that the virus targets specific ethnicities and that there are other ethnicities that have a natural immunity to the virus, that is inherently false. Like, there is not a virus, whether created or formed because, whether created in a lab or passed from an animal to a human, that specifically targets certain ethnicities over others. Didn't he say Ashkenazi Jews were immune? Yes, he said that Ashkenazi Jews had an immunity to COVID-19 due to the virus's genetic structure. And he also said that Chinese people were immune. Chinese people, because it was made in China. And so because it was made in China, they made sure to put in a special little immunity in the virus that would keep Chinese people from being infected by it.
Except, while skepticism is key, education also teaches you to draw on evidence, being led by evidence as much as possible, and importantly, all of the evidence. If you
TBH is a nurse. I think the Department of Health's biggest problem was not being honest with nuance and saying the vaccine wouldn't stop infections and teach the public how it works. The lab leak comment from Fauci, I think, went about halfway to that effort, too little, too late. No, I think that there were certainly things to criticize and issues with, issues with the public information, with the information that was given to the public, with the rollout, et cetera, et cetera. And it's unfortunate that now we seem to be in a place where if there were another virus causing a pandemic, which the reality is that we're still in a pandemic because of COVID. But if the government tried to enact another lockdown for COVID or for something else, that people would revolt, that they simply would, that we would be fucked. Yeah, essentially. I mean, we've already seen legislation that makes masks illegal. Of course, a lot of that is related to us becoming more and more of a surveillance state where they do not want people who are protesting to be able to wear masks. So they're making masks illegal. And because the government capitulated to pressure that they were facing, because in individual red states, they were not adhering to COVID protocols. Also, the CDC and the WHO faced a lot of pressures, and so they rolled back their recommendations, and it made people. And so what happened with that is when they rolled back the masks and other recommendations, protocol around distancing, around how long you should be isolating. That then was used as proof that they were lying, that they were using the pandemic as a way to control people. There were a lot of people who went, aha, see? Aha, I knew it. I knew that this was all bullshit.
Only drew on Bitcoin.com to make a case, you wouldn't get far, which is why most undergraduate essays or dissertations and papers to submitted journals require a literature review. Show that you've assessed and understood the literature, identified weaknesses, and then can make an argument. In fact, the very basis of the modern scientific method in both the hard sciences and the social sciences and humanities is peer review.
The Delta CEO lobbied for 5-day isolation against public health expertise to exploit workers better. Yes.
You must reference, show you understand the evidence, cite sources in a bibliography, show how experiments can be rerun, and submit it to a body of peers to check over the work. This idea that work is checked and can be responded to runs through the heart of our institutions. We rely on the work of others. We build upon it. We respond to it. It has its limits, is often biased, it's middle class, it can be wrong, sub-disciplines are at loggerheads, criticise one another, but that's precisely what makes it work. It's tentative, it's open to critique, and it can be checked. It's how knowledge is built up communally. We'll come back to its benefits and limits shortly. Another mistake conspiracy theorists make is the proportionality bias. The idea that a large effect necessarily needs a large cause to create a sense of cognitive harmony, a balance between two ideas. JFK couldn't have been killed by a lone assassin. He was the president of the US, after all. Princess Diana couldn't have been randomly killed in a car crash. It must have been the royals. 9/11 couldn't have been the result of 19 backward guys from the Middle East. It must have been the government.
Our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly.
But we're all human, including presidents. But if a US president and your neighbor Ned died randomly.
My working theory is that JFK was killed by a time traveler. I think there's something to that.
On the same day,
which one would there be a conspiracy theory about?
In one study, 2 groups were told 2 different stories about a president of a small country being assassinated. One group was told the assassination leads to a civil war. The other group doesn't, and people were more likely to believe the assassination was a conspiracy if it led to a war. Pruian says that the proportionality bias...
No, and like, here's the thing again about conspiracy theories, especially ones, say JFK's murder, 9/11, where there are aspects to popular conspiracy theories that are true. You know? I think the Diana one's too good, even though I know it's not real. I think, like, what happens is... I think what happens is, again, that the parts that are true get exploited, get turned into these, like, it's like they make it bigger than it really is.
Is that a big consequence must have a big cause. There are some other biases too. Tribalism leads us to protect our in-group, divide the world into us versus them, good versus evil. Another is the intentionality bias that leads us to believe that the negative...
But George Bush did himself drive those planes into the towers.
Effects of other people's actions were intentional, whereas if we did them, it would be an accident, or we'd have a good reason to. Every banker is evil, while our own pension fund is necessary. Or in the form of Hanlon's razor. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by
I'm a time traveler trained in
stupidity.
pattern recognition. Oh.
So there are biases of thinking that we all make. And I think in many ways they can be summed up in the way that Brand talks about the mainstream media.
Which is very funny too, because remember, the mainstream media, these institutions that Brand now rails against, were the reason for his success. And the mainstream media played a big role in enabling his behavior. When, when they would like call him cheeky, when they would like basically make excuses for his really inappropriate, clearly problematic behavior. The BBC and these other institutions that hired him, that continued to enable him. It's like, this is what always happens. It's like these guys such as Russell Brand who benefited from these institutions. It's like when they no longer are benefiting from them, or when they're facing potential cancellation, that's when they'll turn around and talk about the institutions being corrupt and coming after them.
I think combining these
That's a
fallacies
pension fund.
and thinking about the way Brand tells a small story, like the Pfizer data falsification story, and turns it into a global elite agenda, gives us a good frame to think about Brand's critique of the mainstream media.
Yeah, and speaking of patterns, like after the allegations came out against Russell Brand, you had other asshole abusers like Jimmy Dore and Andrew Tate and Donald Trump, who, of course, it's always like they're all in the same club together, and it benefits all of them to be like, see, they did this to me and they did this to him, and they'll do this to anyone who's out here seeking the truth. And like Donald Trump Jr. posted a meme on Instagram that had a picture of Donald Trump, Russell Brand, Andrew Tate, and Julian Assange, who was also accused of rape. And he wrote, and the meme said, "Notice the pattern? One day they'll be coming for you. I don't believe in this much coincidence, and neither should you." And then you have these pattern recognition specialists who are like, yes, the pattern, they're now doing it to Russell Brand. They're doing it to another one. They're trying to take us out. And it makes them feel special. It makes them feel like that it makes them feel a solidarity.
It's almost always part of his narrative, and even more so since the accusations against him began in September. Now, the mainstream media has lots of problems.
They feel a
They're
part of
diverse
something
problems,
important.
not least of
Yeah.
which that they tend to be close to elites, institutionalized, cozy with politicians, centered in and overly focused on places like Washington, London and New York, and have financial interests. The list goes on. But to paint hundreds of thousands of journalists, and that's the figure in the US and the UK alone, as part of an agenda, is not only naive, it's dangerous. First, large media institutions could not get away with relying on small stories to construct speculative narratives like Brand does. They're always going to be led, for good and for bad, by the dominant body of evidence that's available. If 99% of scientists believe that the vaccine is safe and effective, the BBC is going to report it that way. That's what you get from the mainstream media. Media literacy is to read the news widely, know an institution's biases, and to read elsewhere too. Second, the surge in independent media is a great thing. You're watching it now. Obviously, I'm an enthusiast. However, independent does not automatically mean authentic, unbiased, giving a voice to the voiceless, free, or any of the other superlatives that you hear. Independent media largely relies on stories investigated and first reported by the same mainstream media they go on to criticise. Brand does this.
I thought it was a ground news ad transition. Why? Because all videos in this, all commentary videos, RedTube videos in this world serve you up a ground news ad.
Independent media rarely have the budget to execute year-long investigations, report from war zones, get access to archives and data quickly, get to the scene of a disaster or a protest while it's happening, get the connections to talk to the right people quickly. Media institutions are important for these very reasons. We need institutions with the budget and connections to do these things. Compare this to Brand.
Right. And the issue is that we need to keep billionaires away from buying these media companies. We need to stop these conglomerates. We need to stop like one wealthy individual from being able to control so many various news organizations like a Jeff Bezos.
Reading from Bitcoin.com. And third, to paint everyone in the mainstream
I thought we were queer
in
media.
the same way is to ignore
we're queer
that
independent
the media
media
is made of millions of people around the world doing work passionately, carefully, with varied opinions and interests. To frame the mainstream media as monolithic and use language like us versus them is dangerous.
By now you're probably aware that the British government have asked big tech platforms to censor our online content, and that some online platforms have complied with that request.
Brand paints anyone who is part of the narrative as a stooge for a centralising corporate and government agenda to take away your freedom. But as any cursory look at a textbook on propaganda will show, that's not how influence works in authoritarian countries, let alone liberal ones. Brand relies on a kind of top-down model.
Yeah, so like what actually is interesting is that a lot of like this right-wing, right-leaning commentary and these, these ideas around being anti-establishment, anti-corporate power, that's a lot of what you hear on the left. It's just that the individuals who are wielding these, what on the surface, you're like, that's a leftist idea. They are bad faith actors. They are then twisting it to fit their own interests. And ironically, support people like Donald Trump, who absolutely is not anti-corporate, who is not anti-establishment just because he calls himself an outsider. The information and sentiment are the same, but the conclusions they force you to draw from that are wrong.
Of propaganda in which
Like
power
Hobbes
and
listening
money
to Rage
directs
Against the Machine,
information,
yes.
education, news, opinion downwards through the press and the schools into the minds of a mindless population. But as Jonathan Auerbach and Russ Costronovo point out in their introduction to the Oxford Handbook on Propaganda, propaganda is not total, even in totalitarian regimes. Persuasion by information is much more complex, and they write, people consume propaganda, but they also produce and package their own information, just as they always create and spin their own truths. If you think that the mainstream media are just propagandists, then I implore you just to look at the facts on any one of these issues that we've looked at. For example, just to take one quickly, 1 million people have died from COVID-19 in the US alone, and vaccine hesitancy has been estimated to have led to 300,000 preventable deaths. That's a study from Brown, Harvard, the New York Times, and more. If you think that the mainstream media are just propagandists, take a look through the Pulitzer Prize nominees at the investigations from just the past year. Again, I want to be crystal clear on this. I'm not saying that there aren't many criticisms to be made, and that obviously the mainstream media are de facto in the centre, and that any collective, radical, or in particular socialistic solutions or candidates will never get a fair shout, and that lobbying and money will always delegitimise certain solutions that don't align with their interests, and that supporting independent progressive media is crucial to countering that. But none of these criticisms paints the mainstream media and all the people in it as monolithic, evil propaganda. It's simplistic, it's dangerous, it's wrong, and as we'll see, it's often about something else. Narcissism, control, and in some cases, outright lies.
Why not? Yeah, let's cheer the idea of sex.
Sex. The love of
In
it.
September of 2023, Channel 4 and The Telegraph in the UK released an investigation into Brand that included allegations of sexual assault and rape. The day before, Brand posted a video on YouTube and Rumble denying...
Forgive me, or please correct me if I'm wrong, but I actually thought Epstein didn't kill himself, and new docs showed the CIA was complicit in JFK assassination. So the files that were released recently didn't really do anything. It didn't really shed new light on Kennedy's assassination, but it did reveal details about CIA plots. Now, let me be clear. Like, as far as the CIA being involved in assassinations, being used to overthrow rulers in overthrow leaders in Latin America and install puppets that the United States wants because it's good for their interests. Like, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain that it is not that every conspiracy theory is inherently bad, or that like every theory is just some crazy conspiracy cooked up by somebody with a tinfoil hat on, or that there are not things that are true that can lend credence to this idea that the CIA was involved in JFK's assassination. I think it's mostly confirmation to information that's suspected. Right. Like there are definitely popular conspiracy theories that would, knowing what we do know about, say, the role of the CIA and the history of the CIA throughout Latin America in the in the 70s and in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, that they would be that there are conspiracy theories that would skew more to the side of real than others, like the Earth being flat. Believing in the base merit of conspiracy theories is actually just believing people have the capacity to conspire. Okay, but the conspiracy theory of multi-billionaire Epstein's death occurring when the guards weren't monitoring and sleeping instead of usually monitoring is very sus. No, I'm not disagreeing. Let me be clear, okay? I'm not saying like, oh, there's no way that absolutely that Epstein killed himself. Like, from what we know of the amount of people who were involved in Epstein's criminal activities, and from, you know, what the details that we have of how the supposed suicide, whatever. Now it's like, now we're going to get into each of these individual theories. Or he could have killed himself under pressure from others to do so. Yeah. I think what happens is that when we call these things conspiracy theory, people are like, well, wait a second. I thought a conspiracy theory was something that's like totally crackpot in nature. I think when people hear conspiracy theory, they think that you're treating everything as the conspiracy theory around the Earth being flat. It's not a conspiracy theory if I believe in it. But that's what this video is getting to. It's getting into the history of conspiracy theories, of like what makes a conspiracy theory more truthful versus not, like which ones, like how do you differentiate from fact and fiction within a theory? Go ahead, tell us your opinion on every popular conspiracy theory. One day.
The allegations.
One day I will.
Obviously, it's been an extraordinary and distressing week, and I thank you very much.
What happened next, for many, seemed to prove Brand's point. The media focused its attention on Brand. Countless articles were written, news items broadcast.
Do I think the Glee actress knows how to read? No. I do not. You're talking about the theory. You were talking about the theory that Lea Michele cannot read. And I believe it.
Investigations launched at places like the BBC. He was dropped by his agent. A tour was cancelled. YouTube removed advertising from his account so he could no longer make money from it. The charity he did work for cut ties. And on and on. One platform stood firm. Rumble. And a letter from a UK MP asking whether Rumble
was basically like, fuck off,
was ridiculed and criticised by many.
The theory that she can read is baseless.
He said in an open letter, we regard it as deeply inappropriate and dangerous that a UK Parliament would attempt to control who is allowed to speak on our platform or to earn a living from doing so. Inevitably, it became a story about a story. Free speech, cancel culture, the establishment, the agenda. There are, again, reasonable debates to be had here. I, for one, am not sure YouTube should have taken a stance based on allegations alone, no matter how strong the allegations are. But, interestingly, a week or so after the allegations,
The I newspaper in the UK ran a story about adverts on Brand's Rumble channel. One of them was from a company called The Wedding Shop, and they said,
"We're on the phone right now to our agency to ascertain which of these networks is showing our ads on Rumble so that we can effectively remove ads from the platform."
I was fine with
it
his
goes
ass
without
getting
saying
removed.
that we would not be happy to be featured on Russell Brand's videos. They continued, "We use a media agency to spend our advertising budget, and we have never chosen to advertise on Rumble, which must be part of the Google, Bing or Meta ad network. Where our ads are placed is not something we generally control. It would be for Google, Bing or Meta to decide whether or not to include or exclude particular platforms." Now, if you believe in free speech, you must then believe in the wedding shop's right to advertise where they want to advertise and to not advertise in front of the videos of someone who has been accused of sexual assault. I'd imagine that goes against a company called The Wedding Shop's values. The story also reports that several companies, including Burger King, Xerox and Fiverr, have stopped their ads running on Rumble. The stories they told are similar. A Fiverr spokesman said, "These ads have been removed and our partners and teams have been alerted to ensure this doesn't happen again. We have excluded his channel both on YouTube and on Rumble. We take brand safety and ethical advertising placement seriously, and we do not condone or support any form of violence or misconduct." A toy manufacturer said something similar. Now, back in 2017, YouTube went through something that's referred to as the adpocalypse. Advertisers pulled out of YouTube en masse when they realised that their ads were being placed in front of videos that were accused of being things like anti-Semitic, homophobic, or just plain scammy.
all of this points to an obvious human conclusion. Charities, agencies, advertisers, institutions would prefer not to be linked with someone accused of sexual assault and rape. It's not great PR. YouTube, in particular, has to balance between supporting creators and attracting advertisers. And so the middle ground is to limit ads on videos that advertisers are likely to pull out of before the advertisers pull out of YouTube completely.
Of course, for Brand, this quickly became part of the agenda. In a Rumble video, he criticises something called the Trusted News Initiative and argues that the mainstream media are targeting independent media.
Ad sale companies love to obfuscate where they're actually sending your ads by hiding it under umbrella networks that could include things from dog grooming sites to mega store sites. Yeah, and it's usually not until like individual companies start seeing angry messages online where it's like, why are you advertising underneath this underneath the video of this like guy who was just accused of being a pedophile? And then they're like, hold on a second.
In an attempt to control the narrative.
It appears that apparently independent, or at least separate, news organisations are collaborating, and I hesitate to use this word, conspiring to control global
really?
news
You hesitate?
narratives in some of the most important stories in the world. Why? Well, let's explain to you that their intention, it appears, and this is explicit, and we have a quote that undergirds this claim, the explicit intention is to shut down independent media voices.
The Trusted News Initiative is an effort by many media
Hate to use this
organisations
word,
and big tech
but
platforms to counter fake news, false reports, viral disinformation, and so on. Not dissenting opinions, but purposefully false information, which studies have shown get shared 6 times as much as real news stories on sites like Facebook.
Do you know what? Can I just say this too? Okay. One of my favorite things is that it's always the motherfuckers who never stop talking, who are talking about how they're being silenced, who, as they are speaking on their platform to their huge audience, they're talking about how they're being silenced, how they're being censored, how they're being targeted. It's like, really? Because you won't shut the fuck up. If you're being silenced, why are we still hearing you? I thought you were being silenced. They're silencing me as I say on the internet to my audience. Not knowing anything about him, I used to unironically watch Russell before COVID, about 6 years ago. Then when COVID happened, he started posting 5G tinfoil conspiracies. I was out later. News broke he's a cultist doing weird shit, and his content shifted to right-wing grift shitter. Yeah, because it offers a shield. It offers a shield that you should not believe. You should not believe any of the bad news that comes out of someone like Russell Brand because they're targeting him. They're trying to silence him. Frank Vine, thank you for the gifted.
Fake stories like this one.
Yeah, and then absolute crickets when actual silencing starts happening. It's like, that's the thing, okay? So let's say there's this conspiracy of the government, that the media, these institutions are trying to silence Russell Brand. Well, it is true that free speech is being actively suppressed. But it's not Russell Brand who's being targeted. It's Palestinian activists. It's immigrants who are being ripped away in the middle of the night. It's people with visas and green cards who have text messages where they are criticizing Donald Trump. Get some support from right-wingers so you can just say, oh, they're canceling me because I'm Republican. Notice the pattern? Pattern recognition specialists. Look at all these guys they've done this to who are truth tellers. And I'm just the latest one.
Omar holding secret fundraisers with Islamic groups tied to terror.
Yeah,
which
you know
got
what?
shared on Facebook.
You know what it is? It's the meme. What's the meme of like Donald Duck, where he like wakes up and he's looking like this, and then there's a picture of him going to sleep, and it's like truth tellers, free thinkers. When Russell Brand says he's being silenced, you know. And then it's like when people are actually being kidnapped off the streets and they're just sleeping. It's not a concern at all.
14,000 times. Brand argues that
Let's find out what the Trusted News Initiative is. In short, I can tell you that it's a collaboration between
that's right. I'm
legacy
explaining
media
a meme
and
to
big
you
tech
guys.
sites in order to prevent independent media voices
he
communicating.
uses a story
Not even just
from
crickets, they encourage the
Reclaim
silencing.
Net
Yes.
that focuses on a lawsuit filed in the US by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. that claims that dissenting views are being stamped out unconstitutionally by the Trusted News Initiative, violating freedom of speech and antitrust laws. It's a minor story from 9 months ago, but it's useful for Brand because it supports his main point. He's under attack. Not only does he rely on a single fringe source to tell a biased story, he either lazily or willfully distorts it. He reads from parts of the article, then at the end says again that
Plainly, this is a story that is much bigger than me. Plainly, the Trusted News Initiative has an agenda, an explicit agenda to throttle and choke independent media. Plainly, the government are reaching
But he's
out.
completely distorted the language that even he's read just a second ago. Again, there may be legitimate concerns about this, but if you look at the lawsuit available online, filed to the district court, the so-called explicit agenda is to find ways to throttle and choke false information, fake news stories. The comments about independent media are separate, and even those are misquoted.
Yeah. Truth tellers when over 100 journalists are murdered in Gaza. I sleep. Truth tellers when Jews. Real shit. Yeah, man. Like pretty much every conspiracy theory has its roots in anti-Semitism. Many such cases. Did I watch In Plain Sight? Yes,
Quote
I did.
Brand reads out is from Jamie Angus at BBC News saying this.
So here's that quote. Because actually the real rivalry now is not between, for example, the BBC and CNN globally. It's actually between all trusted news providers. Trusted means members
He's
of
always
this
got his
cartel.
paper prop.
Trusted news providers and a tidal wave of unchecked reporting, uncensored reporting that's being piped out mainly through digital platforms, independent media like this. That's the real real competition now in the digital media world. Of course, organisations will always compete against one another for audiences.
But this is a misquote. Both Brand and RFK Jr. and others reporting this uncritically have conveniently left out the parts of the quote that dilute their point. Anyone can watch the actual clip, it's linked below. What Jamie Angus actually said was that
the real rivalry now is not between, for example, the BBC and CNN globally. It's actually between
when
all
Fox
the
News
trusted
calls
news
other media
providers
fake news
and a tidal wave of unchecked, incorrect, or in fact explicitly malicious nonsense that's being piped out mainly through digital platforms specifically to destabilize regions of the world. That's the real competition now in the digital media world. Of course, organizations will always compete with each other for audiences, but the existential threat, I think, is that overall breakdown in trust, so that
the context is not only left out, it's manipulated. The entire discussion is about how much newsrooms need to do now to verify the vast amount of information they're dealing with, how much newsrooms have changed and the challenges they face, and how many more technicians and specialists are required.
Well, it's so funny when Donald Trump rails against the mainstream media, as if Fox News is not the most watched cable news network, as if Fox News is not mainstream media, incredibly popular. It's like, oh, mainstream media for me, but not for thee.
Angus is talking about wars, verifying whether a TikTok, for example, from Ukraine is
Fox News just had their highest rated quarter in history among weekday viewers.
Manipulated
Just
or
a small indie
useful
company.
evidence, employing specialists in things like geolocation verification and using satellite imagery to understand bombings. He even praises what he calls citizen journalism and talks about opening up the news ecosystem. It's an interesting watch. Brand and his like have to do none of that difficult work. Not only that, they rely on it, use it, feed off it, while denigrating the many, many ordinary people who make it possible, that do the hard work. And you might say that, well, Brand is just one person. He's just an entertainer. He's just commenting on articles and news. He's not producing it. It's not his responsibility to fact check every story. And that's exactly the argument I've heard Brand make too. But if I, with a budget of almost nothing, can quickly check.
Yeah, because he's just asking questions. That's what all these fucking assholes do. That's why they say that they're apolitical. That's why they say they're not political commentators. It's literally what Asmongold does. Asmongold every single day does political commentary. But because he says that he's not a political commentator, because he says that he's apolitical, then he gets to like spread misinformation as much as he wants, because he's just asking questions, because he's just, he's just making comments. He's just a guy. He's just a guy online. So based. Yeah, it's just common sense based. Yeah. But and the same with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is the I'm asking questions guy. Joe Rogan is the, well, I'm just bringing this person on, and that person's a neo-Nazi, or that person is that person is spreading really dangerous misinformation around vaccines. And Joe's like, well, I just brought them on my platform. Okay, I'm just asking them questions about what they have to say.
A source. Then maybe
he's a liar. He's framing it in a way that he's the middle
Russell
person,
Brand
right?
Might also do a bit of work. I'm not saying they should have a newsroom of fact checkers and specialists and technicians sifting through each and every claim, but with the following, the net worth and the status Russell Brand has, he clearly has the budget to do due
But they won't,
diligence,
because that's the point.
to check sources, to not misrepresent. With a channel that large, you have a clear moral duty to. Instead, the laziest and most entertaining interpretation comes first, and laziness fosters conspiracy, because thoroughness exposes truth. So how Brand has framed this is an outright lie. I'm not saying we shouldn't be very concerned with big tech being in control of what can and can't be said. I disagreed with them taking down clips and interviews about COVID and vaccines. I think big tech platforms should be committed to freedom of speech. But Angus is talking about genuine floods of disinformation, propaganda machines, Russian bot farms designed to lie to people, the amount that newsrooms have to sift through now, the amount of deception they have to go through with a fine-tooth comb, the amount of experts that they have to employ, geolocation experts, experts that can detect fake videos and imagery and audio. This is the context. This is what he's talking about in this video, and he's absolutely right. Whatever the dangers and criticisms, I think it would be irresponsible of the mainstream media to not think carefully.
Yeah,
about
unfortunately, you
these
cannot
issues.
trust tech billionaires.
You just have to. It took me a few.
You guys don't trust Elon Musk being in charge of free speech.
Minutes to search through the court document. You don't even have to read it all. You can search. It's digitized. Then watch the clip to see that Brand and his source had either willingly or lazily misquoted the source, so it was to
Comedy is
spin
legal
it
again, folks.
into their own narrative. Combine it with another quote to make it seem more malicious, and in Brand's case, use it to defend against accusations from many ordinary women that don't have power like he does of sexual assault. If that doesn't make you angry, I really think it should. In his book on conspiracy theories, Michael Shermer writes that seeing patterns everywhere, patternification, is the need for control. He writes, the economy is not this crazy patchwork of supply and demand laws, market forces, interest rate changes, tax policies, business cycles, boom and bust fluctuations, recessions and upswings, bull and bear markets and the like. Instead, it's a conspiracy of a handful of powerful people variously identified as the Illuminati, the Bilderberger Group, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, the Rockefellers, and the Rothschilds.
Oh, don't forget George
He continues,
Soros.
Conspiracists believe that the complex and messy world of politics, economics, and culture can all be explained by a single conspiracy and conspiratorial event that downplays chance and attributes everything to this final end of history. Instead of acknowledging messiness, complicated people, multiple motives, conspiracy thinking sees a pattern as a result of purposeful agency in an attempt to control others.
Puppets, sheep.
Psychologists Mark Landau and Aaron Kay looked at studies that show how people compensate for perceived loss of control by trying to restore control themselves by, quote, bolstering personal agency.
That's right. Carol's controlling me. I have to tell you now, I don't have much time. I don't have much time, but I'm the puppet. I'm the puppet and she's the puppet master. It's not the other way around. I'm the puppet.
Affiliating with external systems perceived to be acting on the self's behalf and affirming clear contingencies between actions and outcomes, and seeking out and preferring simple, clear and consistent interpretations of the social and physical environments. In another study, participants were asked to think of an incident in their lives where they felt in control, while another group were asked to think of an incident where they weren't. The latter group were more likely to believe in conspiracy theories presented to them after. Psychologists Joshua Hart and Molly Grather did a study and found that conspiracy believers, quote, are relatively untrusting, ideologically eccentric, concerned about personal safety, and prone to perceiving agency in actions. One of the most important findings in studies is that narcissism, the belief in one's superiority and need for special treatment, is a very strong
ideologically
predictor.
eccentric. Yeah, that's right. I'm ideologically eccentric. I'm
believing
quirky.
in
I'm not like the other
conspiracies.
girls.
Narcissists are also more sensitive to perceived threats.
As one paper notes, the effect of narcissism on conspiracy beliefs has been replicated in various contexts by various labs, and that narcissism is one of the best psychological predictors of conspiracy beliefs. It continues, grandiose narcissists strive to achieve admiration by boosting their egos through a sense of uniqueness, charm, and grandiose fantasizing.
Narcissism arises out of paranoia that threats are powerful.
Also, that describes Russell Brand to a fucking T. He is a person who is pathologically incapable of not having an audience, and he is someone who will do anything possible to keep an audience. And he himself said, he joked around and said, "Are you unapologetically yourself? Because I'm not. I'm apologetically myself. Hello, I'm me. Is this okay with everyone? I can change it if you want." And then back in 2008, in a GQ article, he said that his one gift is attracting attention. And he said that his wider influence should be curbed because, quote, I don't think for a minute that I should be the person that comes up with how we organize a new post-apocalyptic order, because I think I'd exploit it to get girls. Like, you know, when people show you who they are, believe them. But yeah, that's all of these Russell Brand types. They are narcissists to a T. They crave attention. They cannot live without having an audience, and will do whatever to keep that audience. And it's why earlier I was like, you know, you either drive as an influencer, as a commentator, as a public figure, you either drive the masses or the masses drive you. And Russell Brand, you know, Russell Brand is not doing anything original here, let's just say.
And narcissists tend to respond with a bolstered sense of ego, the need for personal dominance and control. The need to feel unique makes narcissists feel like they have access to special information that others don't.
Remind you of anyone? It's
There are
also been found that
chapels
narcissists
everywhere
quote, tend to
for
be
those with
naive
eyes
and
to
less
see.
likely to engage in cognitive reflection. To put it bluntly, they're more gullible. Narcissism has been linked to low levels of intellectual humility, according to another study.
Obviously, the entertainment industry is full of narcissists who are particularly suited to voicing special opinions.
Honestly, I could use less intellectual humility. I am always doubting myself. I'm always like, I'm not smart enough. I am stupid. I need to read more. I need to know more. Man, I wonder what it would be like to just think I'm I'm an intellectual giant. I'm not constantly doubting myself and thinking that I just don't know enough. I don't know enough. Who am I to talk about anything? I don't know anything. I don't know. I just need to learn more. I need to keep learning.
Opinions and entertaining people. And there is a sense in which Brand knows this is entertainment. He says things like, "You're going to love this story. It's right up your alley." It's a strange way to frame a story if you really think it's an existential threat.
Klaus Schwab, WEF stuff, you're going to love it. These new systems of social credit.
What you get is a kind of narcissistic news porn based on paranoia and a need to control a narrative. Brand's an entertainer. And I don't want to be psychoanalyzing anyone, so take this with a pinch of salt, but Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, and Brand, three major figures who talk about conspiracy theories a lot, come from a place, as I understand it, where maybe they wished they had more agency, more control over their lives. Musk had a very troubled and abusive childhood in South Africa. Rogan has talked about how he moved around a lot and got bullied and I think learned to fight to defend himself. And Brand has a well-documented history of addiction. What this can lead to is an idea of not being in control, a world of threat and a sense of paranoia. The Merriam-Webster dictionary defines paranoia as systematized delusions of persecution. It leads to the need to form a narrative to help a person feel superior by having access to special knowledge about larger forces out to persecute them and that they themselves have overcome. And guess what? You too can overcome them. In the paranoid style in American politics, Hofstadter pointed out that the paranoid sees an enemy that's pervasive, powerful, conspiratorial, pulling the strings, and importantly, everywhere. He wrote that the proponents of the paranoid style regard a vast or gigantic conspiracy as the motive force in historical events. History is a conspiracy, set in motion by demonic forces of almost transcendent power, and what is felt to be needed to defeat it is not the usual
Like,
method.
honestly, okay, with Elon Musk, you know how we talk about that his, we talk about Vivian, and Vivian being trans, seemingly having this having a disastrous effect on Elon Musk, where he was heading down this path anyway, but it seemed to exacerbate him just being the fucking asshole that we see every single day, and how his daughter basically saying, "You are not my dad, and I will have nothing to do with you," and separating herself from him and saying that, saying that Vivian said that was not in the Vogue article. Vivian was trying to explain that she's like, his transphobia is not because I'm trans, which is true, and I think it's really important to not to not attribute Elon Musk's transphobia to having a trans daughter. It's not like he went from not being a transphobe to being a transphobe. What it is, though, is about control. When Elon Elon is a narcissist, and when things don't go his way, when he doesn't feel like he has control, then it causes an effect. And so he is a person who believes that his children owe him because he gave life to them, because he is their father, because he has control over them by just the virtue of being, by virtue of being their biological parent. She further clarified in the interview with Hassan that him being right-wing isn't because she's trans. That definitely could have caused him to lash out further, though. Yeah, I do not think that her being trans is what led to him just the hinges flying off. And it's also not good to like push an idea that somebody is transphobic because of a trans person in their life, or that like because they themselves have internalized transphobia or internalized homophobia. Like, they're not homophobic because like senators who are secretly gay are not homophobic because they are secretly gay. Like, that homophobia does not originate from gay people. But anyway, it's about control for Elon. Yeah. He is a narcissist. He is a narcissist who wants control.
Methods of political give and take, but an all-out crusade. He continued that the enemy is a perfect model of malice, a kind of amoral Superman, sinister, ubiquitous, powerful, cruel, sensual, luxury-loving. He makes crises, starts runs on banks, causes depressions, manufactures disasters, and then enjoys and profits from the misery he has produced. He controls the press, manages the news, brainwashes, seduces, has control of the education system, and for the paranoid, nothing but complete victory will do. Since the enemy is thought of as being totally evil and totally unappeasable, he must be totally eliminated. And it's why Brand seems to get on so well with Tucker Carlson.
Russell Brand has been an actor, a comedian, a podcast host for decades.
Carlson is well versed in something his former employer Fox News revolutionized. I talked about this in another video. News as entertainment. Flashy graphics, sensationalist language, us versus them narratives, a conspiracy involving every institution that they keep coming back to draw viewers in. Fox realised that it's the ongoing narrative, the good versus evil story that keeps people coming back. And so Carlson and Brand like him pick
there's no room for
story
nuance.
Or a study or a witness that supports their long-running, dramatic, paranoid, narcissistic narrative that gets views, rather than doing it the other way round, where you take the larger story and talk about it rather than fitting it into your narrative. It's not reporting, it's not journalism, it's not news, it's entertainment. They take a few points and the rest is how it's said, with anger or charisma, with jokes, with a story of good versus evil. It's shallow news porn. None of this
Everything
is to
has to
disagree
be
with
entertainment.
Brand's wider alleged motivations. None of this is to defend a political system that's failing.
Bro, especially in this attention economy. I think I had pulled this up earlier, but younger consumers are choosing creator content over premium TV and movies. And also, we already know that Gen Z does not consume their news via these mainstream legacy outlets, but rather they tend to consume news from online. So this is the attention economy. Wait, is this fucking play about us? Think about the war for people's attention and time that exists today between traditional media and social media. With Gen Z, they spend 54% more time. Think of it as about 50 minutes a day on average, more on their social platforms, and they spend about 43 minutes a day less in traditional TV and media. So when you just think about it in the context of where they're spending their time, are they using both service types? Yes, but are they spending more time in the social media platforms than they are? But they are spending more time in the social media platforms than they are in the traditional platforms. If the entertainment industry is in a battle for time and attention from consumers, many of the largest entertainment studios and streamers are finding themselves having to compete with giant tech platforms stacked with creators catering to every niche possible, which is why the Oscars need to have me on the red carpet. No, but like, look, I am a content creator. I work in this attention economy. Like, I understand I am on a platform where there's only so many people on this platform. And essentially, if you stream on Twitch, you are sharing one audience. And then especially whoever you are around, you know, whoever you're connected with, you have crossover viewers. So if I'm doing something that's not that exciting, then people will go watch the other streamers that are associated with me. But if I'm like, oh my God, she's so crazy, hee hee hoo hoo, like, oh gosh, there's a ghost in my house, then people are gonna, like, their attention's gonna be over here. And I have successfully captured it. So entertainment is the core component of any Twitch stream, of any content, whether you are doing politics, whether you are talking about video games, which also is politics now, whatever it is, okay? If you are standing there doing nothing, there's got to be some type of entertaining component to it. We are always value trained here. It is the creator-driven entertainment that's the draw. And ultimately, what we found and talk about a bit in the report is this notion that they feel a stronger personal connection. 52% of Gen Z, 45% of millennials said they feel a stronger connection to social media creators. What the younger audience is telling us, the Gen Zs and the millennials are telling us, is that the ads and product reviews that they get on social media, they are more influential on their purchasing decisions, which is why companies that have figured this out are pouring money into digital creators. They are pouring money into these platforms. It is why they are running ads. It is why It's why they're paying creators to promote a show more than they're paying the actors who are in that show. That's good, no? I mean, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but I'm just pointing out the fact that there's a generational divide here. And these are the reasons why younger people choose content creators and content on the internet over watching TV and movies, over watching traditional entertainment and media. Creators are also pouring a flood of content onto social platforms every day, which in turn, now for me, because I no longer work in the entertainment industry and I work in the content creator industry, this is good for me. This is my industry. This is my job. The opportunities that I could not get in the entertainment industry because of competition, because of my lack of connections, et cetera, et cetera. I am now in more of a position to potentially get opportunities because I am a content creator. Okay, let's finish this video.
Ordinary people in many, many cases. None of this is to deny that inequality is widening, that wealth is moving upwards, that wages have stagnated for a long time, that people are underrepresented. None of this is to deny that lobbying, money, selfish interests, corporate greed all play a central role in politics, and none of this is to argue that there's anything wrong with looking at big pharma's financial incentives, criticising the Great Reset, or emphasising the concerns of farmers in climate policy. None of this.
But it needs regulations. I mean, I say all the time that it's not that the internet and social media should be taken away from the youth, or just, right, like we shouldn't destroy the internet. It's that we have to we have to work on things like media literacy. We have to learn how to use the internet in a safer manner. And I still will always tell you, like, it is good to take breaks. Just like I think it's good to take breaks from anything. If you've just binged 5 hours of TV, take a break, right? Like, I do think it's good to diversify what you consume and from where. So, it's like, even though I want you guys to be here for all my streams, of course, I also will encourage you to take breaks from watching Twitch or from being on the internet. Whatever.
This is to say that we don't need radical solutions.
Do what? Go outside?
What this is absolutely to reject is the framing, the paranoid style, the good versus evil narrative, the narrow selection of stories and evidence to suit your own entertaining, dramatic narrative, the linking of every issue together into a totalizing agenda.
Brand paints the mainstream media narrative as a lie. His is not only a bigger lie, but also a self-aggrandizing and dangerous one.
Okay, this is
George
almost
Monbiot
done.
writes
I'm going to go
that
pee,
he
and then we're going
appears
to
to
game
have
after
switched
this.
from challenging injustice to conjuring phantoms. If, as I suspect it might, politics takes a very dark turn in the next few years, it will partly be as a result of people like Brand. The point is, if you're not selecting the stories, facts, evidence of the things you cover by their wider significance, if you're picking up on perspectives and narratives based on fringe evidence and ideas, then all you're doing is being led by your own individualistic, narcissistic ego, which is why his criticism of the mainstream media has only increased since an investigation into his very well-known behaviour in the past was released.
It's clear that these organisations collaborate in constructing narratives, whether that's around the war,
Twerking
or the
time.
pandemic, and of course there are other examples.
You guys are twerking when I'm gone.
It's obvious that his isn't an objective analysis. It's driven by his own fragility.
The question is Is there another agenda at play?
His own little world.
And that's when we get narcissistic news porn, rather than careful study and analysis.
To paint the mainstream media as totally propagandized is to miss that people are multifaceted, complex, have competing incentives, are torn between different
Is
ideas.
the VOD from last night
within
not
them.
posted? Let me see.
What many people missed about the investigation into the recent allegations against Brand is that it was as much an investigation into a BBC and a Channel 4 that facilitated Brand as about Brand himself.
Just think about that.
Gotcha.
Channel 4 aired an investigation into itself. Would you ever see that on Brand's channel?
Brand does no original reporting. He sits in his shed and reads from journalists who have gone out and done the work, while at the same time howling about how terrible they are.
To be crystal clear again, I'm not saying that there aren't many critiques of the mainstream media to be made and that more journalism, more independent voices, ultimately are a great, potentially revolutionary thing.
But when you totalize and cram everything into
I'm going to
the
host a party where we're all wearing tinfoil hats.
agenda, you paint the world in paranoid, apocalyptic terms of us versus them that
you have to wear one
dehumanizes
if you
the
want to come
other
in.
as individuals to be
Next time at TwitchCon, I'm going to host we'll have a meetup. We'll have a community meetup and everyone has to wear a tinfoil hat.
rid of, rather than look at real collective structural solutions to the problems we face. This is why Brand gravitates to figures like Tucker Carlson.
I'm wearing one
Carlson
now,
doesn't
way ahead of
want
you.
collective solutions. What he wants is more of the same, with people like him in charge. He pretty much says as much in his book, Ship of Fools. With the kind of framing Brand has, you do not get collective solutions. If every institution is tainted, part of the centralizing agenda, you get libertarianism, you get more corporate power, more greed, more unregulated pollution, more inequality.
Hell yes.
That's what history tells us.
That's what I want.
You get the opposite of what Brand claims we need.
Ability to make choices for yourself.
If you portray every institution as part of an agenda, then what's left to do? Revolution, maybe? But then what? What are your solutions? What's your theory? What are you putting into practice? What are the policies? What are the ideas? What are the forms of organisation? What replaces the current system?
No
Conspiracy
system.
thinking is the easiest type of thinking. Everyone does it. It's easy for showmen like Brand because at the end of reading off a few quotes from one source, you can just link them to the agenda. The Great Reset, Big Pharma, the centralizing agenda, the globalists, the World Economic Forum, and Bill Gates.
It's like having a nice, cozy...
And like the thing is that I don't want to be out here defending Bill Gates because fuck Bill Gates. Like that's what's frustrating about about trying to dismantle the type of misinformation and lies that a Russell Brand spreads. It's like, yeah, no, but also fuck Bill Gates, but fuck Russell
safety
Brand.
blankets return to that says, don't worry, the world is evil, but you know the truth. You have it figured out in a nice, simple little package with a nice little bow tie. Don't worry, you never have to think again.
What a lovely, simple, neat story.
Thank you to all of these incredible Patreon supporters. These videos take
Honestly,
a long time
it seems
to research,
easier.
write and make. I do a lot of reading. They're always sourced.
Seems a lot simpler that way. I think this video has actually done the opposite, where now I'm like, yeah, that seems good for me. That seems maybe how I'm just gonna do things, because I'm tired of trying to make sure that I'm always putting forward legitimate truth, that I'm being thoughtful, that I'm sourcing my information, that I am that I doubt, that I'm always doubting my own intelligence. Like, nah, I'm just going to say fuck it. I don't want to do research anymore. I don't want to doubt myself intellectually. I don't want to have to worry about facts. I don't want to have to worry about trying to take complicated things and simplify them, but in a way that's not dishonest. No more nuance. Nah. Fuck it. Fuck it. We ball, baby. Fuck it. We ball. But that's what gives purpose to what you do. I'm tired of the purpose. I'm ready to make millions of dollars and tell you guys that you need $0. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say you don't need a Nintendo Switch. You just want it. And you also don't need money or something like healthcare. Stupid. But give me all your money. Give me all your money so that I can tell you that you don't need any money. So you don't need any money, which is why you should give me all your money. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I may have just cooked. You don't need any money, and a way for you to not have a single dollar is to give it all here. This is the center. You can consider this like a bank. And it's a bank where it goes to me. I need money for food. No, you don't. No, you do not. You just need freedom. And the way to be free is to have nothing. Losing money costs you nothing, and it builds character. Not having food, not having shelter, not have any prospects, not having anything. That is how you will build character. That is how you will become tough and a real goddamn patriot. I'm so generous to take the offer, to take the burden of money off your hands. Yes, I am. It's something that I'm willing to do just for you guys. For a low, low price. For a low, low price of all your money. That's right. Nikki, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay, you guys, do you want to put gaming to a vote? Now, I will tell you that I'm not going to game super late because I do have to film something tomorrow. I have to film something tomorrow, and my call time is at 9 a.m. So I don't want to be up that late. Also, I've been going to bed earlier. I just started typing in Raid. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to put in a poll. I'll let you guys decide what game we play. Do you want me to do a chapter of LA Noire or drugs? There you go. There you go. I will be live tomorrow night. Yeah, but I basically have to film this thing. It is my friend Henry who directed the film that Will and I were in, and I did an episode of his series that he's been filming. He wants to do another episode, so that's what we're filming tomorrow. That's what we're doing tomorrow, but it's basically all day, and then I'll come back and we'll do a stream tomorrow night. Drugs with Sam. Dude, Sam is claiming that she's so... This is what she said. This is what she said to me. I'm selling drugs in countries you've never heard of with names that you can't pronounce. Walter White is the new baby boss when I'm in town. And I was like, that's because you haven't met me yet. She doesn't want you ruining her game. She doesn't want me taking over. She doesn't want me. She is scared of how powerful of a kingpin I will be. I thought she wanted to play with you. No, she does. But I think I think when we play together, she only wants to play if I can do like 3 hours. And right now I can't do that. Ask her. Yeah. Oh yeah, Sam, why don't you name 15 countries, not including the United States of America? Whatever shit flour she sells ain't got shit on grandma's cookies. That's right. Ain't nobody selling cookies like grandma's selling cookies. Ain't no way. Okay. We're gonna do some drugs again. This is you selling drugs.
I'm moving different. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a dog. I'm biting the fart bubbles in the bath. We smoking symbiotes. Smoking that Whoopi Goldberg South Egyptian Fur Burger Deluxe Mega Million Scratcher Skunk Bubba Kush. We smoking dung beetle. I'm on 12 Vicodins smoking on Scooby-Doo dick. We smoking Sequoia Banshee boogers. We snorting that good Buffalo Soldier Tamarind Jordanian jibbies. They must have amnesia. They forgot that I'm him.
It's so funny.
That Burberry backwoods pack hitting that pussy smell like a Hellcat V8. We smoking shit in a glass pipe, blowing the Lord's bubbles. I'm sick in the head. I'm on them Broward County Tic Tacs. I'm on them Georgetown Geronimos. I'm on them Nashville Nibblers. I left my Margellas in the Benz truck. I'll have to stun on
Every
them
time.
next time. I don't give a fuck if I go blind. I don't need to see the price tag anyway. I'm high on 12 Jason Bournes, looking to beat the cum out of a thick, fresh oak. We smoking filtered crack, you stupid piece of shit. I'll fucking kill you. Call that pussy the Matrix, because I'm in this bitch and I can't get out. Last guy who ran off on the pack got choked out by some Givenchy gloves. The last thing he ever saw was the price tag on them. Slowly faded into darkness, and I let the archangels take him. Yeah. I need more Sequoia Banshee boogers. Don't be shy, girl. I love me some pastrami mud flaps. I'm moving like French Montana. Huh? Welcome to the Cream Kingdom, bitch. Open up. Black China, I drink her piss out of another man's balls. My shooter a crackhead, he looked like Woody Harrelson. You ain't seen 10 bands in your life, shit. Reach for my neck, you'll get turned into an example. Y'all gotta stop playing with me, man. I threw diamonds at the strip clubs under the Great Pyramids. I pushed the camel through the eye of a needle. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Tied the ops to the back of a Trackhawk and dragged them around the block for 24 hours. Motherfucker looked like a Resident Evil 5 campaign extra after we was done with them. Ops wanted some initiative. Blew up their entire quadrant. I'm moving like Oppenheimer. She dropped that ass on me from an egregious angle. They thought I was Stephen Wallace. Top shelf Zaza disrupted my circadian rhythm. I have seen the Magna Carta.
No, I've seen this.
I've seen the Eye of Horror. I was flipping bricks for Mansa Musa before y'all even became a Type 1 civilization. This shit ain't nothing to me, you stupid piece of shit. Step the wrong way and you will perish. That pussy feel like Biscoff butter. You think I care about this shit? ask me if I care about this shit, because I don't give a shit. If I had $1 for every time they said I gave a shit, I'd be broke, because I don't give a shit. My bitch looks like David Hasselhoff. I bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'll kill you, you stupid piece of shit.
Nosferatu remake does go crazy. I bounce on it crazy style, bitch. Shit ain't nothing to me. If I had $1 for every time I gave a shit, I'd be broke, because I don't give a shit. No, I think I watched that when Andre and I did when we did an internet lesson. Yo, Drax spitting bars. Damn straight. There I am. Who wants grandma's cookies? Grandma's cookies. Okay, so we started this last night and we made a lot of progress. Currently, we are in the bedroom on top of the Chinese restaurant and we're growing some weed. And now next up I'm gonna need to get a weed dealer, because look at my phone, it's blowing up. Wait, never mind. Shit! Fuck, my customers. Shit, never mind. Wait, bro, you got 4-time OG Kush. I'll pay $200 for it. Okay, we gonna do this. $250. I guess that's fine, bro. When? Okay, bro. How about now? Sweet as homie. I'll meet you at the basketball court between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. Okay, bro. Let's see. Where's my weed? I gotta go get it. I gotta go get my weed. Packaging station. What's he want? He wants 4? Okay. 1, 2. Man, I cannot be running this org by myself, because I need to be doing the Kingpin shit, you know? This is like the menial... These are the menial tasks. This is level 1 weed dealer type stuff. Okay, where's my TV? Oh, here's my TV. Oh, shit, God. I'm always stressed out. Do I even have room for my TV? I've got to have room for a TV. You know what? I don't think I have room for this TV right now. So let's do this. Let's put the TV in here for now. Okay. At least you can look out the window. That's true. Hello. I'm after 2 times Kush. I'm going to counter offer. $125. This shit's not cheap. I don't think so. Never mind. Listen, cheap ass. You don't know how good grandma's cookies are, okay? All right, let's go drop this weed off. I'm going to try not to hold it in my hand. How about that? Oh, sick. Right here. Makes this easy. Yo, homie. Why are there all these overturned wheelchairs? I don't know. Complete deal. Okay. Wait! Is he a fucking cop? Ah! Ah! Shit! Run! Fuck, I gotta get out of here! I'm wanted? Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Do they know where I am? Oh God! Oh my God, are they trying to tase me? I'm just a grandma. I'm just a grandma. Wait, so what happened? Did that guy sell me out? Gotta get rid of the evidence? Oh, you're right, you're right, you're right. Shit. Where do I put it? How do I get rid of this? I can't be holding this. Fuck. Damn, Grandma's so fast. In a dumpster? Can I hide in this church? Oh. How about this? Can I put it in here? Ah! Ah! These cops! Wait, they can't get me if I'm in a church, right? Oh no, there's cops everywhere! Ah! Oh my God, I didn't even have enough cash. Fuck. You've been convicted of drug trafficking, evading arrest, possession of low severity drug. God damn it, all my drugs got taken. Shit, bro, look at my drug dealer, dog. Damn it. I could only pay $40. Fuck off. Ugh, I hate these cops, man. Open the map app to see your potential customers. God, fuck me. I can't even give them any Fuck you! So mad. Started from the bottom, now we're here, which is still the bottom. God damn it. We know why Sam doesn't want to play with you. No, she's stupid. All you had to do was get back to the apartment. I could not get in. I tried to get into the apartment and it said cops are nearby, so I couldn't fucking get in. God damn it. Christ. So what happened? Is it that the guy that I went to go sell weed to, he was a narc? He was undercover? Or was I just, like, obvious? They saw me doing the deal? Shit. I did it in view of a cop? Well, motherfucker. Oh, I'm so overwhelmed. Oh my God, I can't do all this on my own. I can't. Girl, I logged more hours in this than I care to say this week. It's fun, but I'm stressed. Thank you for the 5 months. I'm so stressed. I can't do this on my own. I need more weed because I need to go get samples. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm so tired of making weed and then it going away. God, fuck me. You have 67 hours already in this game. You're dedicated to dealing drugs. Oh my God. Why is there a stupid ass curfew? Why? Breaking Bad, but Walt never got his first deal done. It's so true. When you're running from the police, try and stay behind buildings and don't run down the You mean don't run down the middle of the road with my weed out? Waving it around? The late night eventually becomes the easiest time to serve customers. Fuck. I feel like I have to. I have to find people. All right, there's the guy like right there. Hold on. Okay, let me check my map. Okay. Hello. I'm trying to break bad. Like, okay, hi. Can I interest you in some downtown region? Must be fucking unlocked. Shit. Okay. You got OG. All right, I need to make some money, so yeah, I do. I do. How do I get... Shit, okay. How do I open my phone that's not my map? Phone, character, phone? Press... Oh, there we go. Okay, fuck. Counter offer, I will give you this, but I need hella money. $275. No way! Shit! Okay, 145. Okay, 180. How about that? 180. Okay, fine, what time? Okay. Ah! Ah! I'll meet you in front of the motel. Okay. Yeah, I'm extorting my customers because I'm broke. Alright, where's these cops? Fuck. What was that question mark? Okay, maybe this person wants a sample? Complete. Oh, wait, this is who I'm giving. Yes, done. No, thank you, thank you. Yeah, okay. You didn't get that from me. Okay, where are these potential customers? That guy right there. Is that a cop car? Was that a gun? Is that a cop? Oh. Why is he in his underwear? Fuck, I need more seeds. God. I need to unlock more customers. Why can't I find potential customer? Go there. Okay. Here I am. Peter. You can hug the corner of the wall. Running from the cops. Where is this guy? Oh! Oh! I think they're in here. Yes! Free sample? Here you go, buddy. Yes! New customer unlocked. Okay. Great. Now, I need to go to Chloe. Wait, did he just give it back to me? Nice. Okay. Peter Thiel just gave it back to me. Whew, this is the free drugs you heard about as a kid. That's right. You know how they told you don't accept free drugs from strangers. Okay, I really cannot be holding my weed out. Okay, where is Chloe? This way. This way. Oh, fuck. Those cops? Oh, shit. Fuck. Where do I go? Run towards the sound. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay, wait. Where is this Chloe? Is Chloe getting busted? Or is she in here? walked. Yeah, I'm gonna walk towards the beam of light. Oh, is Chloe here? I'm scared. Okay. Oh, Chloe. Okay. Shh. Shh. How do I take just, oh yeah, okay. Okay, shh. You never knew how stressful being a drug dealer is? It's so fucking stressful. Okay, bye, I'll see you later. Okay. Now, oh God, this Ludwig. Okay, I gotta turn around. Fuck. Let's go past those cops, I think. Is he down here? No, shit, he's this way. Oh my God. Ludwig from Games, I need you to buy my weed. Okay, are they gonna see me if I just sneaky sneak? Okay. Imagine being a cop and seeing a grandma sneaking around. I know. Be like, what the fuck? Okay, crouch. Oh, no! No! Wait! No! Shit! Not again! No! Okay, where do I go? Fuck me! Oh God, the kush! Open! I can't get rid of it! Fuck, I can't run! Oh no, I'm out of stamina! Oh no, Wait! Did I get away? Quick, smoke it! Wait, I think I got away. I outran them! I did it! Yes! Yes! Saved! Oh, fuck, there's another fucking cop. These cops are everywhere. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can I just hide in here? Shit. Goddamn police. Okay. I think I'm safe here for now. Okay, so far things are going well. I'm quickly becoming the very scary Kingpin in town. Everybody is scared of me. Okay. Fuck, I don't have enough weed. Wait, I gotta hit up this guy. I need to order a drop. Oh God. Oh wait, I have $216? Oh, okay. Order total. Oh wait, why isn't it letting me order more? Is it because I'm broke? You pay him on credit. What happens if I don't pay this guy? Order limit 155. Damn it! But the tariffs, girl, the tariffs. Okay, I need to find this guy so he can be my 10th customer. I'm just a little old lady who's lost. Fuck. Kook? What is kook? I hate these cops. I hate them. I know I've got to get home. You're right. I've got to get home. Gotta go. G2G. What am I doing out at 4 a.m.? In my little heels. Oh, God. Get me to bed. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. Ah. Okay. 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 Hey, that drop is ready. Okay. Like. Oh my God. So many messages. Alleyway behind top tattoo. Oh God. I'm losing all these customers. God damn it. Where I belong. Down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Okay, Grandma can kind of book it. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. Oh, God. Oh, God, this shit is so stressful. I need a drink. I need some booze. Okay, let me unlock my... Let me get my next customer. Down on Skid Row, downtown. Oh. Hello, officers. It's nice. It's a nice day. Wait, what is that music? Are they coming after me? No. Normal music. Okay, good. Where's this fucking Ludwig guy? Where are you, you piece of shit? Oh, there's a bunch of them down here. Wait, can I sell to the cops? Good question. Hey, does anybody want weed? Does anybody want to smoke that dank kush? Oh, thank God. Okay, you've got a decent base of operations and a growing customer base. You'll be pulling in some proper cash now, but you'll need help to manage your customers. You want to work for me? There's a guy, Benji Coleman. He'll be the first dealer you can work with. You won't be able to hire a dealer until one of their friends has recommended you. Ugh! Benji is friends with Peggy, Beth, and Ludwig. Focus on selling to them until one of them recommends you. Damn it, how am I supposed to... But how do I get them to buy? Okay, I need to go make some weed. I don't even have any weed. What's up, bro? What's up, bro, is that I have no weed. That's what's up, bro. Oh, fuck, I gotta transfer this to a credit card. What's up, bro? Is that I'm broke, bro. I need to make some weed, bro. Okay, let's get some fucking soil. Let's get 3 of these. What the hell? Quantity 3. Why is this not working? Add to cart. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh! Let's get one of these. This music is so intense. We need hella baggies. Keep doing this. 20. Hella baggies. What's this? Oh, speed grow? Plant growth regularly will increase the yields at the cost of quality. Increase the Wait, so how does this work? Speed grow lowers. So if I get this one, all natural fertilizer, which will increase, can I get the quality and the speed grow? What do you think? At the cost will increase the yield of your plants at the fuck. Can they handle shit weed? Can grandma's cookies take a hit? I'll add some fertilizer too. Okay. Oh God. Oh God. A clear glass star. Agriculture. Do I have enough money? Shit. Don't have enough money. Okay. Damn it. Got my soil, my baggies. So tired of being broke. You got Kush? No, I have nothing. I need to go make Jesse, it's time to cook. Except there is no Jesse, it's just me. All right, man. Let's do this. Okay, and now we're gonna pour some water. Where's my Jesse? Okay, let's do this one. Diesel seed. Yeah, baby. That's right. Grow, baby, grow. And then let's apply some of this. Is this good? Keep going. It's not. It's only at 64%. Trying to cover the soil. Oh, I see. Okay. Ooh, baby. God, you guys. This is Stress City. I really need to have that. I need that dealer. I need him. You'd kill people with that much furt? Look, grandma's cookies are dangerous. Some more water. I didn't say that they were safe. Okay, let's put the OG Kush. I need a housekeeper. This is too much for me. Oops. How can I be expected to do all this? God damn it. My house is becoming a mess. Soon I'm gonna have a rat alarm clock. Okay, pour water. You can hire a cleaner. They cost $1,000. Fucking hell. Oh my God. Okay. Holy crap. All right, so I need to focus. Reach a friendly relationship status with Chloe, Ludwig, or Beth. Okay. Let's put our seeds over here. Oh my God. I just need to get more weed. Okay, so how do I find those guys? There's Ludwig. Okay, he's close by. Chloe, Ludwig, or Beth? Is that a cop? Oh, close shutters. What am I doing? Why do I have this stuff open? Watching Sam play this made me feel inadequate. This is more my speed. Why? Because I'm so good. Because you've never seen anybody make drugs and deal drugs like me. I need this weed. I need it. Come on, I need you to hurry up. I gotta go make some connections, and the way to make connections in this world is to give people weed. All right, this is growing faster at least. Okay, you know what? Wow. Oh, fuck. I have so many messages. Let's see. 4 times OG Kush. 200. I'm going to counter offer because I could use the cash. Actually, let's do 240. Oh, that's a lot. 2,000. Oh my God. Oh, all right, homie, what time you want to meet? Oh my God, this guy is paying. I'll meet you behind. Okay, that's some good cash. But I do need some more weed because I don't have enough. Wait, do I? No. I have 2. What am I doing? 47% grown. 69% grown. Come on! Oh, wait, but he wants OG. That's not OG. Fuck. Can this go any faster? Oh, no. We need OG. That was not OG. Why is this taking so long? Grow. Wait, can I scam him? Can I do that? Wait, what if I give him... Yeah, well, I think actually this is the better stuff. So really it'd be a good deal for him. Okay, I need you to grow as fast as you can. Come on. Almost there. This is insane. A watched weed plant never grows. Oh my God. Come on, mate. I don't think you need to water this much, but it won't grow otherwise. Wait, can I get some? No, see? I have to. I need it to grow. %. God, these plants take so long. And the curfew's starting soon. Okay, that one's ready. That one's ready. Okay, I'm just gonna give this guy back. Okay, I need that money. Oh shit, it won't fit? Damn it! Fuck. Why won't that work? Wait, it does fit? Then what's wrong with me? Oh, okay. All right, I just need 2 of these. Okay. Okay. Pour marijuana. This guy's gonna be so pissed, but I don't care. All right, guys. We're gonna go rip off this dude. I just can't get caught. Where is he? This will be okay. Fuck. Where is this fucking asshole? All right, listen. Here, bro. Okay, Jesus. Oh my God. 85% chance of accepting? Good enough. What? Wait a sec. Bro, wait, hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I'll give you this watering can too, bro. Wait, bro. Bro. Fuck. Where's that stupid fucking... God damn it, bro. Bro, no. You don't fuck with the watering can, I guess. Listen, bro. Anybody want some weed, bro? Anybody, bro? Come on, bro. It was a free watering can, bro. What are you even talking about? Guys. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Oh, of course now this is done. Of course. Hello? Alright, well at least I have some fucking, at least I have some weed. Man. Can't believe that, bro. Cannot believe that. Why didn't that guy take it? I don't understand. He's a stoner. He's supposed to be stupid. How did he know? All right, we're actually kind of... Oh shit, I didn't mean to get rid of the whole plant. Damn it. It's okay. We'll just plant another one. We'll just plant another one. God, I'm so tired of selling weed. I want to get to the good stuff. He doesn't know what he missed. I know, he has no idea. Oh, fuck, Chloe. Oh, no. Oh, no, Chloe. Wait. I got you. Ah, shit. Chloe Ludwig or Beth. Oh, no. How am I gonna... Jesse? I need 4G. I got 170. Deal? How about for 200? Deal? Damn it, fine. What time? Monday morning. Okay. Ah! Use trimmers to harvest. Oh, does it not give you more weed? Oh, damn it. I thought it did. I thought I would get more weed. Okay. Where's my product? Package. Guys. Oh, I have the wrong Oh, I forgot. Okay, I listed. I see. I'm listing the OG. That's right. Okay, all right. Okay, let's just get our product all. Let's get it all packed up. Output slot is full. Oh. Oh my God, I haven't slept. All I've been doing is trying to grow weed and sell it, and I keep running into obstacles. This is hard. They didn't say that being a drug dealing kingpin was going to be this hard. But it is. You know, people don't get it. They don't understand. I know, Narcos, Breaking Bad, they all made it look so easy. Ah, woe is me. They made it look so easy. Oh, the life of a dealer. Oh, how about a little bit of light? How about that? Don't understand the vision. My vision? You'll see. Will you ever play Schedule 1? I heard it's a cool new niche game. You know, one day. One day I will. Fuck it. You know what? I'm going to sleep. I'm tired. I've been doing a lot. And I feel like nobody appreciates me. Okay, Chloe, Ludwig, or Beth. That's who I need to sell to. Sour diesel. Okay, let's go make some money. I'm all alone. This. What up, Jesse? All right. You want 4? Thanks, girl. See you later. Lauscht, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, I'm not making any money as a drug dealer, so I will take your resubs. I frequently am finding myself broke. God. Okay. I gotta go find... This guy is elusive. Calcier, thank you for the 20 months. Ludwig from Games. Get over here. Let me give you some fucking weed. Yeah, you better like that shit, Ludwig from Games. What the fuck? Sample already offered today? Damn it! He don't like my kush. Schedule deal. Let's do it right now. God, Ludwig's such a freaking asshole. He's such a scamwig. He just took my money. All right, what do you want? You want... Okay. All right, we got a little bit of cash in the pocket. Satisfaction 100. You want to buy something? How about OG Kush? I'll do 125. Oh wait. Can I do more? 150. Oh shit! List your weed in the app. Okay, let me go to the app. Products. Select a product. Sour diesel. List for sale. Asking price $50. Very addictive. Okay. God. Insane markup? Look, I need some cash. Girl, the tariffs. Yeah, girl, I know. The tariffs. Okay, I'm gonna go buy some more soil. Man, this is so stress city. You could pay off your debt. Wait, how do I pay off my debt? How do I do that? Where's my dealers? How do I pay this guy? He's gonna get pissed. I want to pay off my debt. Place cash in the stash behind Dan's hardware. Damn it, how much do I owe? Withdraw. Okay, I'm gonna take out $311. This is what saving for retirement is gonna look like. Damn straight. All right, let's get some more soil. I'd like to purchase something. Give me 3 of these, bro. Purchase. Okay, now let me check my texts. Peter. After 5. Nope. Don't have enough. I'm broke. Okay, where is Dan's hardware? Wait, Dan's hardware. It's right here. It's behind. Okay. You owe $250. Wait, how do I like... What happens if I give him all of this? He gives you change? Okay, good. All right. He's honest. I appreciate that. Wait, where's my change? Oh, here it is. Ha ha! I thought he was ripping me off. I was about to go commit some crimes. Okay, now this guy. Counter offer. I can offer you 2 for $125. Nope. Peter, you asshole. I'll pay $75. You'll pay $100. How about that? Right now. Meet me next to the barber shop? Great. Why do they hate me? I do not know. These people are so cheap. Everyone in this town is a broke bitch. Everyone in this town, no one wants to get off their ass and work. Thank you for your money. Okay. Especially you. Watch it. Excuse me. Okay, so far I've not reached friendly status with any of these people that I need to. He got pissed at me. All right, let's make some more fucking weed. That's what we do around here. Oh, somebody's getting arrested, but it's not me today. Thank God. Chloe. Okay. This is my chance. This is my chance to make good with her. Chloe. Yes. Deal. I'll take the deal. Wait, what does she want again? Sour diesel? Okay, I got you. I got you. Wait, but it's poor marijuana? Damn it. Okay, well, that's all I have. Callie Kush, thank you for the gifted sub. That good Callie Kush. I got that good in alcohol. I got that. Sour diesel sounds so bad. I know. All right. Let's go find Chloe. And hopefully we can make good so then I can get a dealer. That's the goal here. All right, Chloe. You want 1 sour diesel. You better like this shit. You're welcome. Okay, tell your friends. Tell your homies. I'm looking for a dealer. Tell your homies. Geraldine Poon? Geraldine Poon. Oh my god, I need to get some OG. Okay, let's go back. Let's see if this shit is ready yet. Oh, you know what? I think I need some more bags, actually. I always kind of be needing bags. I'd like to purchase something. Bye. Girl, holding the weed again? I'm always holding the weed. I'm just... Yeah, I'm doing free... Oh. Oh my god. That could have been so bad. That could have been bad, you guys. Okay. Harvesting time. Harvesting. Shh. The cops are very close by, so I have to do this. I cannot get caught. I cannot get caught. Okay. Package. Package. Shh. I gotta make the deal with Geraldine. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, wait. Let me accept. Yes. Counter offer. $450. $450. What the fuck? $450. Yes. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of money. Okay. We're gonna do in the morning. I am not gonna risk getting caught. 3 times OG Kush. I can pay $140 for it. Let's see, 140. We're gonna do 175. Okay, what time? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, you guys. Okay. Okay. I need hella weed. Let's go to work. Let's go to work. You've got the juice. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. The fuck? Okay, sometimes this breaks. Let's see what I have. All right. Okay, okay, okay. Let's, damn it, I need, oh. Okay, okay, okay. I don't need, oh wait. I'm gonna put this over here. I'm gonna put this over here for now. Okay, is this like crazy if I get caught? I just need 3, so I'm gonna put those. So in case I get busted, In case I get busted, I won't lose all my weed. You got 3 sour diesel? Fuck, I can't do this right now. I need 2 times. Oh, counter offer. Ugh, I need the money though. Not gonna happen. Fuck you, Donna. Okay, North Waterfront. Curfew soon. 20. Okay, I have some time. Wait. Where is she? Put the shears away? That does look kind of scary, huh? Is she in here? Oh, that's my morning spot? Fucking hell! Oh my god. The waterfront was right here. Okay, I have the stuff. Yes, here you go. Here you go. Give me my money. Thank you. Oh my god, get me the fuck out of here. This curfew thing stresses me out. Okay, at least I know where the morning spot is. Let's just do some more. Let's just do some more packaging. Can the police come in and raid my house? Also, I need to reach friendly status. Do you think, like, everyone knows that I'm a... Do you think everyone, like... Do you think I'm suspicious? Okay, so Geraldine needs 8. Oh, look at my... You guys, look how much weed I have. Okay, let's get our soil and our seeds. And let's get to work. It's time to keep cooking. We're actually doing really well now. At 4 a.m., the cops stand in one spot in front of the taco tickler, so you can just move around them. Okay. Is that a helicopter? Okay, we are cooking. Bum ba dum ba bum bum bum. You walk around holding the weed S tier and it's super sus. I know, I really don't mean to. What does high score mean? I have no idea. Oh no, I'm out. I need some more seeds. Okay, let's go to Jessie. I got 215 deal. Oh my god, she's so aggressive. Fuck. Okay, where's my guy? I need to order. Everybody wants the kush, huh? Order total. Okay, well. Order limit. I'm gonna place that order. You can close messages out that aren't from Albert. Oh, okay. Fuck. Oh. Oh my god, everyone is so stressful. Okay. Let me just like get organized for a second here. I'm feeling like I'm just feeling unorganized. Okay, so I need to get... Okay, I need 8. 8 for Geraldine. And then who else wants weed? Who wants weed? Who wants it? Oops. Okay, 5. Do I even have enough right now? Yeah, I guess I can get it for her. But she's going to have to pay serious cash. 215. Bitch. 275. Fuck. Too high. Sour diesel. For me to risk myself going out. Okay. Girl, look, I'm just trying to I'm just kind of trying to play hardball, you know? Art of the deal, baby. That's how it goes. Art of the deal. All right, let's sleep and then let's do these deals in the morning. Okay, all right. We are reaching higher levels of street rat. Hey, the drop is ready. Okay, good. Let's go. This is going to be a big cash drop off for Geraldine. Geraldine, I've got your kush. Ooh, yeah, thanks for the money. Okay. We've got some serious dough. Now, let's get to the next guy. This is a money-making day, and then I need to get... Do you want a sample? No, shit. Oh, that's Beth. Unlock one of Beth's connections, but how do I unlock Beth? With... What up, partner? Okay, money. Pro tip, look through the contacts. Oh! Look through the contacts in your phone. Oh, okay. Okay. Albert. Kathy. Chloe. That's a cop. Great. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing nothing. Wait, hi. Okay. I'm just walking with my watering can. I'm just watering the things that I see. That's it. All right, where's the fucking drop? Under the bridge. There we go. Gotta get my seeds. Okay. Whew. Do you want some? Oh, God. I'm moving into territory that's not mine. Okay, who are you? Wait, what's your name? Peter. Wait. No, I don't. Does anybody want drugs? Hey. Hey. Hey, okay. How am I supposed to reach this friendly deal? Hey. Hey. Lower prices? You want to buy something? Shit. Hey! Anybody? The meters are friendliness indicators. The higher... The meters are friendliness indicators. The higher friendly level unlocks more customers. Wait, am I not friendly? Am I not? Is that not? Okay. Check your contacts. Yeah, the tariffs. Aren't the tariffs gonna build character? That's how it works, right? Okay. All right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I need some seeds. That's right. Sour diesel. OG Kush. Okay. Okay. So, my next stop is that I need to get a drug dealer, but I can't until one of these fuckers is down with grandma's cookies. All right, let's harvest this weed. You know, Frosny, thank you for the 21 months. Until they're like, listen, grandma's cookies, it's all the rage. All the rage. You want to get... Okay, I'm going to have to lower the prices. Fuck. All right, I have a decent amount of money right now, so I think I can afford to lower the prices. Times were tough, though, you know? The tariffs, girl. The tariffs. Okay, let's see. Asking price. Let's go down to 30. And then let's go down to... We'll go down to 40. Green crack? Oh, I don't have any of that. Okay. Chloe. Yo, homie, can I get 3 times sour diesel? You know what? I'm just gonna say yes to everything. I'm gonna say yes. 2 times sour diesel. Sure. Okay. I want everybody to like me. Okay. I want everyone to like me. So right now. Oh, fuck. Wait, do I even have enough weed? Right now, we're saying yes to everything. Okay, what? So I need 2, 3, 4, 5. What is this? I have enough of that. Okay, I think I have enough. Yes. Sour diesel. Okay, good. All right, let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's get people to like me. We'll give them drugs at a fair price. And then we're going to be the only game that's in town. Oh, Chloe. Okay, he wants 4 times. There you go, buddy. Cheers. Cheers to you. Chloe is who I want to... Yes, deal. Deal. Okay. Now, next. Look at how fast I did this, too. See? Okay. Chloe. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, that's the seed. Oh, shit. Oh, my God, I almost pissed her off. Oh, my God, that was so close. Okay, sour diesel. You should go talk to Benji. Yes! Yes! I'm in! I'm in! I'm in! Okay. Oh my God, I have money. Yes! Yes! We are so fucking back. Ready when you are, homie. Damn, okay. Oh shit, I think that was the cops. What am I doing? I don't know. Scared. Oh shit, where's my deal? Okay, listen, yo, Yo. Yo. We can't just do this out in the open. There's cops right there. Oh. Oh, oh, there he is. He's behind. Oh, hi. Hi. Yes. Okay. Whoo! Yo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. She likes bright-eyed. Okay. All right, I'm going to give her a sample. No? No, she doesn't like that. Okay. 63. You better like that shit. Who's that in the car? Oh, okay. Just take my weed for free. Fine. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to Benji. You guys, I have $1,500. I'm so rich. Those are the cops. Not to worry. Not to worry. When do we start making DMT? Soon. All right. Whew. Do you want to work for me? Yes. There's a $500 signing fee and I take a cut. I take a 20% cut of each sale. $500 signing fee. All right. Bring me some product and assign some customers to me and I'll get to work. All right, dude. Gotta go make some fucking weed. That's what it's always about, you know? Just gotta make more weed. All right, back to my humble weed abode. It's okay, because we had a big day of making money. Grandma's cookies are selling. Oh shit, you know what I need? I need baggies. Provide Benji with at least. Do you think the store's still open? Let me see. I hope he's still there. Please. Yes. Thank you. Oh, wait. Fuck. I need some. Okay, deposit. Oh my god, I'm so rich. Are you guys learning stuff? Are you learning how to be big business people? Okay, I'm gonna get 50. Inventory won't fit everything. Some items will be placed on the pallets. Oh, okay. Well. Oh. Okay. Well, I need I need weed. Oh. Shit. Okay, wait. Hold on. Excuse me. How do I transfer number 5 and number 3? Okay. It'll be placed outside. All right, whatever. Fuck it. I need to buy these anyway. Wait, sir. Don't go. Okay. Do you want weed? Oh my god. I'm about to get bust city. I think it's curfew. Okay. Whoo, doggy. I need to get... Oh, that was so close. That was so close. Okay. Sir, do you want weed? Okay. Look at me, just... harvesting my weed. Get the seeds on the pallet. Yeah, I will, don't you worry. Hold on. Okay. I do not... Oh, I have bags. Okay. So I can at least pack these up. OG Kush, pack that shit. And then I can give it to Benji. And then he's going to go forth and sell my drugs. And then I shall take over. Completely. A complete takeover. Okay, he needs some more. Let's get some sour diesel. This music is going hard. You thought I was oregano? What if I start selling oregano, but pretending that it's weed? Jesse? Hold on. 4 times sour diesel. I'm gonna counter. Let's do 240. Schedule deal for the morning. You know what? I'm gonna put my prices back up. This guy, I'm gonna go third. I'm just gonna do suggested. Okay, because I got my dealer now. So I don't want people thinking that like they can just take advantage of grandma, you know? Did you ever get the baggies you brought? No, I need to go get them. Okay, this place is a mess. This piano. Bum, 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 bum. I need to go get those baggies. Let's put the seeds in here. I'm scared. I'm just getting bags. I'm not doing anything. Okay, go, go, go. Don't stop until you get home. Keep running. Woo. Okay. Now I should have plenty of bags. Now I should have plenty of weed. Now I can grow the empire. That was some Final Fantasy boss music, I know. Okay, I'll have plenty of weed for Benji. That was pretty damn epic, you guys. It was. Okay, let's do that. Bum 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 bum. Okay, I have a lot of weed. I need. I need more sour diesel. Ooh. Okay, I need these weed plants to grow. I gotta do some in the dead of night, growing some weed. Why are you still bagging nugs? Because I'm still. Look, these things take time, okay? Soon I'm gonna have somebody to do it for me, but all in good time. Let the girl bag nugs. Let the girl bag nugs. I'm gonna sleep. Whew. Oh my god. Okay. Oh! Oh, oh, I see. Oh, if I just like give it time, then they grow. I don't have to keep just... Yeah. Yeah. No, I understand now. Yeah, I was kind of standing there just like trying to rush it. Okay. All right, and now I need to pack up. Look, sometimes too, as a kingpin, you got to know how every element of the business works so that eventually when I have lots of employees working under me, I'll know. I'll know who's not doing it right. Another chatter said you can put multiple nugs in one baggie. I don't know if true. Oh, let's try this. Oh, wait, no, these are only hold one unit. Shoot. Only hold one. I have to get bigger. I have to get bigger baggies. Seems like such a waste of plastic, you know? Okay. All right, so I gotta give Benji weed. I gotta go give Donna. Okay, everyone's mad. Austin, counteroffer. Scheduled deal. Let's do it for now. Great. I feel like that guy's a good client. All right, Jesse's pissed. It's fine. Happens. Okay, there's my sour diesel. Oh, this is bad marijuana. This is good. Okay. Let's go. Where's Joanna? I got that good cushion alcohol. Donna! Okay, Donna wants... I don't want my customers to be pissed. I gotta give them quality stuff. Thanks, Donna. Hey, homie. You know what? Oh my god, I have money. Yes! Deal. Wait, can I ride my skateboard? How do I do it? That cost me a lot of money. Hold left click. Oh! Oh shit, okay. I gotta go. Where's Austin? Yes, okay. Whoa. Oh my god. The po-po is never catching me now. Okay. Wait a second. Why is this? Oh, this is hard. Oh. Okay. Okay, you know what? We're gonna work on that. 6 OG Kush. You can pay me more. Okay, what do you want? 4 sour diesel. 4 times 40. You receive. Let's do 220. Nah, bro. Okay, bro. It's fine. All right. Wait, Benji. Yes. Benji, bro. Okay, I need... How do I need to trade. Okay, I gotta give you some weed, bro. Place the packaged product here and the dealer will sell it to assigned customers. Okay, so I'm gonna give him that. Sour diesel. I'm gonna give him OG Kush. Oh shit. Oh wait, no, we're good. We're good. Okay. I'm gonna keep some myself. I'm gonna give him 10. Yep. Sick. And then I'm gonna give him the 2 that sucks. Okay, so he's gonna take care of this. His first deal. So we're gonna go dealers. Benji. I'm gonna assign him Peter. Okay, so that's good, right? So now he's gonna go assign at least 3 customers to Benji. Well, fuck. Okay. I'm gonna also assign him. He can have Donna, and then he can have. He can have Kathy. Okay. Wait for Benji to complete a deal. Okay, Benji. Okay, why aren't you going? 2 times sour diesel. Oh, I don't have any left. Assign him more people. All right, I'm gonna assign him. Yeah. I'm gonna assign him Sam. Oh shit! Why? Ah! Okay. I'm just gonna. People gotta call him too. Takes time. Wait, so then do I have to go do this deal for Peter right now? Okay, why is this impossible? How am I gonna get away from the cops? When I cannot do this. Okay, I guess I can just skate backwards. Anybody want some cookies? Okay. This is good. This is good. Yes. Okay. Alrighty. Great. Wait, why is Benji not going over to Peter? Do I have to complete this deal? I don't want to fuck up my relationship. Peter's a good client. Fucking fuck! I don't have any. You already accepted the deal? Shit. Oh wait, no I do. Oh! He's at the skate park? Great, okay. Look how much faster I am when I'm not on. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna pull. As soon as I get close though, I'm gonna pretend. Wait, okay, ready? Oh! Oh! Okay, I need these cops to go away. Okay, so quickly. Oh! Ooh! Okay. Bye! Oh my god. So stressed out. I need to assign Benji more. This is too much for me. Oh God, I lost the business with Geraldine. I'm just gonna give everybody to Benji. I can't. Too much. Just take care of all of it, Benji. I'm just gonna go. Oh, it's just I'm just on a skateboard. I'm just on a skateboard. Bro, what happens if Benji gets arrested? Just grandma's on a skateboard. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Okay. Talk to... Wait, did Benji do it? Did he do it? Good boy. Good boy, Benjalina. Good boy. You're a good boy, Benji. I'm a boss now. This is how we win. This is how we win, everybody. Gotta go talk to Unc. All right, Unc. Yes. With Benji's help, you'll be able to move a good quality of quantity. Now it's time to start manufacturing and selling higher product. You might have noticed you can buy different weed strains, but you can create even more unique products with a mixing station. At a mixing station, you mix products with special ingredients to create new mixes with unique effects. Customers will pay more. To get started, go purchase a mixing station from Dan's Hardware. After that, you'll want to grab something to mix with your weed from the local gas mart. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Nelson. I feel like it's about to get intense. Like, do I even have room up in here? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do I have this extra bed? I feel like I gotta get rid of it. Does anybody want this? Fuck. Okay, I'll just put the bed in the storage for now. Like, why did I even take that? I don't know. I do not know. All right, you guys, I'm going to stop here and then we're going to pick up in the morning, or by in the morning next time. But like, I think we're well on our way to becoming this town's drug overlord. So not in not in the morning. You don't think there's a seed? Oh, you're right. There isn't a seed. I just been hoping that weed would grow without seeds. Let me give it a little bit of water. Go low. Let me give shimmy, shimmy, shay, shimmy, shay, shimmy, shay. It's W Kingpin time. Okay, looking good. Looking good. We'll do one more save. There goes the curfew. Okay. Whoo, I feel like things are about to get spicy icy. Things are about to get spicy icy. Now that I've watched this game, it's over. I'll have to watch someone else stream it. There's a lot of people who are playing this game. It's kind of that game. She's kind of that girl. All right, I'm going to send you guys to Sam, who's playing this game. Tell her, I want you guys to tell her, be like, no one is playing this game like Caroline is playing this game. No one is making drugs and dealing the drugs like Caroline is. Okay? All right. I expect that that's the message that we're sending. Okay? All right. And it's true. It's true. Thanks for the fun stream. You're so welcome. Queen Pin Raid. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow evening. I'll see you tomorrow evening. Thank you so much for joining me. And I hope you come back tomorrow. Peace out. Bye.